Oh, I just remembered. I just remembered what the heck was going on. Happy Tuesday. At first, I thought you said happy Thursday and was confused for a moment. I just remembered what was going on. So, if you're rolling in here and this is maybe the first time that you've seen this colony, then I'm just gonna say, what the heck have you been doing? Because I was going through clips yesterday and we've been playing this colony for over 2 months. So, yeah. This is a whole tile build challenge. And my goal is to build a colony across the entire map, and it's been taking quite a long time. But I finally managed to build the first wall, or the outer bit of wall, across half the map. So our home zone... That's not the home zone, that's the roof. Where's the home zone? Toggle home zone, chat. Our home zone, ooh, takes up half the map, yeah! It is very exciting. So the challenge, though, isn't home zone the whole map. We still have to build up and make this whole thing our colony. But yeah, we're getting there. We are getting there. We're up to 22 colonists. I know it says 21, but one of our children is in jail currently because they're going through psychotic addiction withdrawal. I have learned that it is very important to set your drug policies for children because it seems that they develop addictions very easily, so I've set them to no drugs. And Madara is still overcoming the accidental addiction. A lot of our colonists came from raids, but our very, very first colonist was Chumlee. This was the Naked Brutality start. Chumlee was our very first colonist, with nothing on her back except her own skin. And our second colonist was Salentre, who was a child who joined up and was adopted by Chumlee. And together, the two of them have made this whole colony. A lot of our early colonists that built the initial structure, which was actually right here, have died. But everybody else, I think, for the most part, has been from raids, captured raiders, and converted, except for spare parts and spare pants. I think those were both Men in Black, or maybe the escalator was a Man in Black. I can't remember. But we did have 2 Men in Black who joined. Everybody else is raiders or children. And so we are very diverse. We have Impids, we have Neanderthals, we've got pigskins, we have Yutakin, we have vampires, and we have wasters, which I think are all of the vanilla-ish biotech xenotypes. So very diverse. Hi there, Zeeg. Hello, welcome back. Why do they look like kidneys? I don't know. I think I decided this morning, actually, that I want to rebuild almost all of this. I was thinking that we could work with this, and I started building this room to do so, and then I changed my mind. So I might do some renovations. Good job, parents. Slow clap. When you do the game, so you might not... You know, it might just be stupid, but... Who do you take the land from? Is it just unclaimed? It's unclaimed. Yeah, exactly what JSOG said. They're fringe planets on the edge of settled space. So it's kind of empty, full of weird tribes and pirates and smugglers. Yeah, it is kind of like every person for themselves. Yeah, and so we did name a child Madara. That was a name that I drew from the raffle from one of our chat members. So on that note, if you would like to enter the name raffle, you can do so with !join or !enter. And I think there's still names in there from Thursday. So if you entered Thursday, you might need to leave and re-enter. Yeah, Rakudo's not in chat. So otherwise, what we are doing is pretty much just rebuilding the colony. So I've got a structure down here that is actually centered. It's centered with the absolute center of the map, which is here, and also with itself, like through the freezer and everything. So we need to move the bedrooms, and we also need to readjust this. And with that in mind, there's a ton of thick roof here, and they don't really want our high wealth rooms underneath thick roof. So I might just tear this place down and build it back up from the ground up. Gotta sit on my feet. Enter Jojo. You're already in the queue. Yeah. That's from... Oh no, okay, you entered earlier. Yeah, so if you want to enter a custom name... You did enter the name raffle, so you can type exclamation leave and then re-enter with the custom name if you'd like. So yeah, chat, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not really sure how I want to do this. We have a bunch of thick roof all through here, which is not ideal for a freezer in the slightest, in case we get an infestation in the freezer, which is probably super likely. And by the way, we don't have much food. So one thing on the to-do list is get us some food. Although we are coming out of winter, so food's not going to be a big problem. We will be able to grow it. I need to move the bedrooms. I already built up a few of them here. And I guess we could build some more, kind of around this big monument thing. We could also rebuild the monument slightly so that it is, you know, like centered properly and has the same shape. Or we could live with it being kind of, I don't know, asymmetrical. It is a little asymmetrical, not completely. I mean, compared to where the pillars are and everything. Hi there, Midnight Winter, how's it going? Let's start with that. Let's make some building plans before we even unpause the game. So if we were gonna... There we go. Adjust this. We look kind of like that, and I think that looks boring. I think that's boring. It looks like a big pill. But it is something. It could work really well for a throne room or whatever, because at this point, don't we need... A venerated husky died. Oh, that's right, we had a puppy. A puppy died. I think if we are going to keep advancing with royalty, we need to be able to provide throne rooms or something. I don't know. Isn't there a way to look at that somehow? This is, I think, some of the farthest I've gotten in royalty. So if I was going to do a... How do we do the ritual? Is it a quest? Available? Chum-Lee's Dame Ceremony. Here we go. So to accept this quest, we must have a throne for Chum-Lee and a map clear of enemies. So that's easy peasy, but the throne room is not. So we have to satisfy throne room requirements. How do I see throne room requirements? I need to sneeze. Oh, that was a wet one. Also, it just like came on out of nowhere. And then, whew, that was a very violent sneeze. Hi, Poot and Scoot. Hello. Just waiting for Twitch to let you resub with Prime. Prime time. We could add a mouth to both sides, competing for the pill. Yeah, it was a sad puppy. In fact, I do kind of remember what happened during the last stream. So there was a save scum. I'll come back to this in a moment. There was a save scum because we have some mechanoids over here, and we had a quest to deal with 17 manhunting polar bears. So the first time I accepted the manhunting polar bears quest, they entered the map from over here, and they ran up and swooped down and attacked the mechanoids that were over here, which was really nice, actually. But we had also just called friendlies to the map. We called 2 sets of friendlies to the map because we had a really, really, really bad mech drop with the... what were those called? Like, Deathly Inferno things? Destructors? Destructos! Something like that. The ones that basically blow up and melt you? Is there an issue with sound? Yeah, there wasn't. How long has there not been any sound for? No boop noise. A few minutes? That's really weird. I had my voice though. Hi, Adelaili? Hello, how many hours have I played? About this many. 2 to 3 minutes. That's super weird. My desktop audio got muted. Like, in my source list. I don't have a button for that. I have no idea how that happened, actually. Super weird. We're almost up to 2100 hours. Oh, wow. That's because we put a bunch of time into this playthrough. So, right. We had just called some friendlies to the map to help us deal with the mechanoids because they were totally gonna wreck us. And so, after they had dealt with the drop pod mechanoids, they decided that they were gonna come over here and take on these mechanoids. As you can see, they died. But I thought I was gonna be real cheeky and sneak one of my colonists over here to rescue them while the polar bears were distracted and attacking the colony. But I wasn't paying attention. And I didn't see that a small group of polar bears broke off from the main group, swooped around again, and killed our colonists. They killed, Kitty Cat, the husband of Tiny Bolt, who is the mother of 2 children in the colony. And I was like super upset by it because it was such an unfortunate mistake. And I reloaded thinking that we could just we could try again and not get somebody killed over like really stupid mistakes. But that time, they all spawned over here, the polar bears, and there is deep water here that can't be passed through. So the polar bears just got stuck. I actually forgot the point of the story. What was the point of this story? Oh, yes. So on the first timeline, the dark timeline, there was a cougar down here. This cougar, in fact, that I decided I wanted to tame. And so one of our colonists actually went down there and tended it. And apparently there is a very small chance that when you tend to the injuries of a wild animal, that they will self-tame and become bonded to the person in the colony. So that was actually the escalator. The escalator had gone down there and started patching up the wounds of this cougar who bonded to the escalator and joined the colony. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. The period in between the two words fools the bot into thinking it's a link. Don't take it personally. The bot's been eating links lately. I know it's not a link, but it's just the way that the bot reads the message. Because it's word.word, which is typically a URL. You've played about 200 hours. 200 hours is still a lot for a game. It's nothing to scoff at. So, the second timeline, the polar bear spawned over here. And we tended to the cougar who did not bond to the doctor. And instead the cougar went and ate my puppy. That's the end of the story. It was a long story just to tell you that. So in the end, was it worth it? I don't know. Was it worth the save scum? Probably. Probably, because now Kitty Cat is still alive and hasn't perished to really stupid streamer reasons. I was just distracted. I don't know what to tell you. Now, what did I say I was going to come back to? I said the throne room requirements. So, that's under quests. Quests. Available. Chumlee's Dame Ceremony. So, Chumlee has enough honor to become a dame, but to become a dame, their bedroom needs to be 24 tiles. It has to have an impressiveness of 40, all floored with a double bed, an end table, a dresser, no work facilities, and no biotech buildings allowed. So that means Chumlee is going to have both a normal bedroom and a death rest bedroom. Which is weird, actually. How does it work out if you're... Huh. So, Chumlee is the colony leader, is the one with the honor, and is our, diplomat with the Great Empire, which in royalty is the Glitter World Tech Society that happens to be around and on this planet with us. And so their societal structure is built on a hierarchy of freeholders, yeomen, acolytes, praetors, barons, counts, dukes, consuls, stellarchs, and then the emperor and empress. And so the end goal in royalty is to actually house the stellarch for a certain amount of time and keep them happy. And if you do so, they offer you passage off the rimworld. But what if said person is a vampire? I guess they only have to death rest occasionally. Do they still have to sleep? They do still have to sleep. Okay, yeah, there's two different requirements. Sleep and death rest. So then she's just gonna get two different bedrooms. I could put the death rest bedrooms in other people's bedrooms. That's what I was thinking, Logoth. I was just gonna make two rooms. So we could maybe do that here. And they have to be the certain size, too. Is there a way that I can keep these pinned somewhere? I'm just gonna take a screenshot real fast of the requirements. Boop. Oh, that was the throne room requirements. Boop. New. new. It was on a 3-second delay. Okay, got it. Now I can just pull that up on my end to be able to look at it. Hi, Wolfborn Metalhead! Nice to see you! You like how I care about the animals around me? I do, yeah. So when I play RimWorld, I try to be really friendly. I don't like being evil in RimWorld very much. So I like to have a colony of good guys. The good peeps. Good guys and the good gals. And I swear, was I talking about something before Chumlee's thing? I don't know, my brain's all over the place. Also, there's an ad in progress. Ah! How have you been, Wolfborn Metalhead? It's good to see you. Can we move these monuments and things? No, I can just deconstruct them. So there are some sarcophagi in here that we can't move. We can delete them and rebuild them somewhere else, so we can move the corpses that are stored out here into the freezer. Maybe we should actually make a graveyard. I don't often actually make graveyards in RimWorld. No. So if we were to do that... Okay, now everybody's back. And Alistair's cheering 100 bits.
Talking about bad guys, how did we use to call torture implement designers in medieval times? Armchair scientists just to hey.
Just to hey. Alistair, thank you for the 100 bits. Talking about bad guys, how did we used to call torture implement designers in medieval times? Armchair scientists. Shaking my head. Oh, Russell. I know, Russell. Russell's special. But thank you very much for the 100 bits. What I was gonna say, I saw that there was an ad, so I'm gonna repeat myself. I do like to play RimWorld, being the nice colony. Like I don't like to do the bad things, you know, like slavery is a hard nope for me. Colonies with a lot of drugs are like meh. I don't know. Drugs are what they are, but yeah, the things that you can do that like really violate human rights and or in this case like rights of the people on the planet, I don't like to do at all. And I also enjoy like trying to collect pets and things and take care of them too. So we have a lot of animals in our colony. And they're all named. All of them are named. Yeah, I also don't like harvesting war crimes, harvesting organs. No, I don't like doing that either. I'm so wiggly. Okay, so let me think about this. I was shoulder surfing Solentre's playthrough of his colony that he is playing when he can't play Baldur's Gate 3, and he did a design that I thought was really interesting, and I meant to tell him that. And so I wanted to try and do something more like what he did, and rather than making funky shapes, I mean he did, but he did something really cool. And it was basic in the sense that it wasn't super unique, but it was like, I think just like this kind of. And he had it so that these were all different rooms. It wasn't quite this shape, it was more square. But I really liked it. Abraxas, thanks for the hydration. Hello, how are you? Thank you. I actually did my hair today. After like 2 weeks of not doing it. Funny thing is, it actually makes my colonies quite original compared to the usual gameplay. Oh, just not being evil? Yeah, I suppose it does. I actually don't hate this. I just made it real quick, but I don't hate it. The only thing that I would maybe change... making this a bit wider. Yeah, so we're about to spend a few minutes brainstorming some designs. That's not right. Where would the walls be in this? Would the walls be built around like so? And this is just the inner bit? I have found that it's really helpful when you're planning out builds like this to plan for the walls. I didn't used to plan for walls and it always threw me off, so I add the walls in. Those walls can be real tricksy. So the internal walls, I guess one would be here, one would be there, one here and one there. Yeah, this is how we had it. Except not at all like this. But like one internal room and then 4 accessory rooms on the side. You just woke up. You don't know how you are, other than you're in desperate need of caffeine. Hope you're well. Well, I hope you are too. After you get some caffeine, maybe. I am doing okay. I, too, am a little bit sleepy. I'm just changing this to get some extra wall space. I don't hate it. And if we put doors on it, the doors are all centered. They're all centered like that. Super weird having a square room on the inside. So the mod that I'm using for planning is actually just called More Planning. But you can check out that Steam file I just posted, and it has all the mods directly linked. So you can browse directly on Steam. Here you go. Here you go, little goth. I'm awake enough to catch this joke. I'm awake enough for it. We could also just completely destroy this thing. It was a quest that we did a long time ago. But we could... When I say destroy it, I mean we can keep the core. Not really. Not really, it would mostly just be destroyed. Because I could use the walls. What would this even be? I'm gonna leave that over there. What spaces do we need? We need a throne room. And a separate space for our ideology. And they have to be really large. So that's where my little screenshot comes in. A throne room has to have an area of 30 tiles, so this one is 7 by 9, which is 53. So plenty big enough for a throne room. And we could have Chumley's bedroom on one side and Chumley's death rest chamber on the other. The bedrooms have to be 24 tiles. That would be 2 by 9, which is 18. Plus 7, 25? That works. This over here is 9 plus 7, 16, 23, 26? Either side works. Oh, what if we rotated it so it's a diamond? Whoa. Avocado. Ugh. You recently heard espresso on ice cream is really good. It's so good. Don't torture me with your ice cream and coffee talk. Do you guys like this better? Like this? Okay, I just noticed the problem. I was looking at it and I thought that maybe it was weirdly shaped, and it is. There we go. Yeah, do you like it better lengthwise or... Okay, which way's length? Width? Height? Do you like it better up and down or side to side? Hi, Damage Carbine. I hope you're enjoying your lurk. You prefer the tall version? I think we're probably gonna spend like this whole stream doing plans. Plans and planning. Maybe not the whole stream. This gives us the opportunity for... Yeah. I really like this because this can be... If this is Chumley's room, this is really close to the hospital. Chumley's the best doctor in the colony. Dr. Vampire. So I guess we just should take down all the stuff in the center of this, right? And I kind of like the setup that we have for these bedrooms. I like the hallways. We can do some cool stuff with them. Like put decor in the corners and everything. This does leave room for a hallway. Like through here. A 3-wide hallway. And I did design this with a space of 3 as well. So like if you're gonna say put a hallway here and a hallway there, and we wanted to attach bedrooms to this, let's just pretend like we're making hallways. Okay. So like there's a hallway, there's a hallway. The reason I've got these boxes here is because the geothermal happened to exist in the middle of where I wanted to build, so I built a room to complement it, and it works well as a place to have mortars. So we've got a mortar room. If we make the pill more oblong, it can be an atom. No, I want to do this. I like this shape a lot. I like it. It's won me over. Although I suppose we should confirm it's the right size, because I've found a couple spaces where I didn't actually build things correctly the right size. So yeah, there's a hallway here. What's all this space over here gonna be? We could have things orbiting around it. Maybe we can do that in another section in the colony. Just gonna drop that over here. So now I'm gonna do a very annoying thing and straight up just copy all of this. Make it a little bit easier on myself if we copy that. I like this color purple. It's pretty. And flip it. H. U. Okie dokie. I did mess up the wall over here. I've been considering changing it, but I don't know. Now copy these. And completely flip that around. And that's where this comes back in. It almost lines up right here. Almost. Okay, so I guess we can just leave this one bedroom. Yeah, let's just leave this set of bedrooms, and then we can build them from there. How's the colony? Doing well? No one's starving? Maybe just a little peckish. And nomming on some cadavers. Nobody's starving. There's... Yeah, we do have one medical emergency. But it's fine. It's fine. Totally fine. There's a child that's drowsy, and that's it. That's it. Everything is good. It could be worse, you know? What if we make that the hallway? So as far as how the colony is doing, it is time to make big changes. And I've been sitting here for the last few streams, staring at this and trying to decide what I wanted to do and being very indecisive. So that is where planning time comes in. Oh wow, this almost lines up. Oh no, I lost my plan. I'm not really sure how we can build things so that they complement each other on an angle without causing weird issues with walls. It's like if I wanted the same room shape for both sides, like this works, but then we have this weirdness. Both rooms are the same size. But now I messed that up. This is actually one of my favorite parts of playing games like this. Rimworld and also Dwarf Fortress. Just taking the time to plan how a colony is going to work and how it wants to be built. This is totally weird. I'm gonna change the color so we can see a little bit better which room is which. So the shared walls are these, right? So that does lead to a weird little box here and a weird little box there. But it does give them a shared wall so we can put a vent there. Does this look weird? This is weird. This might be weird. We can take the extra wall piece out, but then these square edges bother me. Like how that is square and that's square. Like how can we make this so that they retain their wiggly shape? But not causing strange issues with wall placement. Besides the obvious of just aligning them like so. You know what? Actually, that's not bad. Oh, no! Undo! Dang it! It's gone forever! Oh, up one more. So now they share a wall and there's no weird overlap. It just requires having two different shaped rooms. And that would go here, which would let us put a hallway through there. He posted a schematic in Pixvid's GIFs of the room he had in mind. A schematic? An atomic room! That's interesting. I don't know how we would place things around it, though. I like it. If we did the floor, you could actually plan the floor so it looked like that, actually. That'd be cool. We need more spatial dimensions. No idea how to do it in game. I think it would have to be the floor. As per usual, while sitting here in planning mode, I feel like I have to apologize. I always do. I feel like it's so boring for chat. I'm sorry I'm boring you, although I have had people then be like, it's not boring at all. I like seeing how you plan stuff. This lines up. Ooh. Wow. This is gameplay. It's not just gameplay, it is peak gameplay. planning phase is where you can have all the silly ideas and sneak in ducks. Sneak in those sneaky ducks. These hallways are just going to be weird. I think that's all there is for it. I don't think that I can make the hallways not be completely strange. So this gives us 6 bedrooms plus some space for Chumlee to do the Chumlee things. Do I like horror games? Not really. You can always use this time to check out your fashionable hat and gaming pics. Your fashionable hat. That is a pretty fashionable hat. That's a nice hat. I don't, but you love it. I was not expecting that. I did read the description. What does it say? The thing that poor sods simply cannot grasp is how effortless all this magical hooty-wooty, casty, spellsy business is for me. A very stupid sorcerer at a wizard academy ball. That is a pretty silly description. And I suppose we could also do this bit on the bottom, right? Total weirdness. Let's do it. We need to get rid of all the hallway plans, though. Watch me build this and realize some fundamental flaw in this plan. I'm not really sure how the hallways are going to play out in a building like this. That's for experimentation. All right. Okay. Sure. Sure. Yeah, let's do it. So the first thing I want to do is reinstall lights. 4 wide. 4 wide. Okay. Are you lined up? They're lined up. Yeah, we need to move the lights. I don't know where exactly or which side of lights I'm grabbing, but the lights are kind of in the way. Yeah, they're just straight up in the way. Let's move you here. First things first. This one too. I don't know. How about there? Did I grab these? Oh gosh, there's more. There's lights everywhere. Eating the mic. Eating hooty, woody, casty, spelly. Presumably only the hat survived. Presumably. The one issue I've always had with wall lights is if you try to select only one light, it doesn't really tell you which one you're selecting. Oh, there's another ad break. I don't know why mine doesn't work with a countdown. It still doesn't work. Wall lights only fit in odd rooms. I think I grabbed them all. Nope, I missed one right here. Sure. Nope, I missed these two. I appreciate when I select them, it shows you all the different lines. Each one should have 2 on the double stacked ones. Okay, any lights we missed? Yeah, that's really nice. Cody doesn't sleep, and you've been lurking since the beginning. Cody's always watching. Cody's watching you chat. Okay, I have now hit on pause. We have the first bit of plans good to go. The first bit of plans good to go, so we are unpaused. We might have to start building out of pink marble. I have been building everything in white marble, but we don't have any. Except 38 blocks. And we could rectify that by going out here and digging through marble mountains. If there's some up here that we could start digging in. And in fact, I did find compacted steel and compacted machinery in that mountain, and there was a bit more compacted machinery in this mountain. That's a very dark mountain. So then, using this, we mined selected ores, designated 4 additional tiles. So there were 6 tiles of components. Look, were these our friendlies that we rescued? No, those were the polar bear friendlies. Hi there, Jitterbug! How are you? Maybe we can build Chumlee's structure out of pink marble? Or we can do it out of green marble. Green marble might be cool. They're tree lovers after all. I could see them liking green marble. I know that I enjoy it. So I will lay down the initial plan. Someone's gotta move these wall lights. Just saying. They're on it. Okay, so let's see what quests are currently active. We only have to protect the huge construction on this end, right here, under my cursor, for another 34 days. And that's our only quest, is protecting that thing for another 34 days. Our current research project is a uranium slug turret. Other than that, we are working towards colony overhaul. So we gotta also think about what we're gonna do up here. I could actually copy the plan for these rooms and everything and invert them so that we have the opposite on this side. Then it would look like a butterfly. Do we have a source of uranium? Yeah, actually, I think there's a uranium node right here. Where'd I put the deep drill? There it is. No, that's silver. Oh, I think we're currently mining uranium. Yeah, we are. So we do have uranium. We're gonna need it. Precise. Fissile materials. Missile? We're also gonna need to start deconstructing some of these things. Which is fine. We'll get the materials back. And there are tables and things that we can move. Maybe we should put one... Oh, we have one in the yard over here. Maybe we should put one over... here. There's even some chairs and things. Oh, random sneezes. I don't know where they all keep coming from today. I cast regular missile. Not magic missile. So in reference to Baldur's Gate 3, Gale is our like go-to character. In every party we take Gale, and he's like some of our... He's a glass cannon. He does most of the pew-pewing. And almost always it's magic missiles. Everything considered, magic missiles are what we opt for. Oh, I don't know where to put this. There's no table on this end of the colony, so what if we just put it there? The small rooms we put around the diamond kind of make an orbit shape. Just for you. More BG3 dumping at level 10. The cleric gets a once-in-a-lifetime ability, Divine Intervention. As in, it can only be used once. Or once in a lifetime in the sense that... Oh, once and only once. I don't know if there's really anywhere else that needs a table right now. Might just uninstall it. Alright, let's pick up the pace. Starvation. Tiny Bolt is starving. Because we have no food. There's only one cook. I guess we have to change that. There we go. Our current cook is in the hospital with life-threatening blood loss and a severe lack of consciousness. Arm Thy Servant spawns a +3 legendary mace. Opulent Revival. Revive all fallen companions within 18 meters. Hi, Tiny Bolt, but you just ate dinner! Nearby allies benefit from a long rest, restoring HP, spell slots, and class features. Sunder the Heretical. Deal 8d10 radiant damage to all enemies within a 15-meter radius. Targets that succeed on a wisdom saving throw take half damage. Or Golden Generosity. Spawn a golden chest beside the caster. Contains 10 potions and 48 camp supplies worth of food. Most potions are of an uncommon rarity. The last one's obviously a trick. Why is that? I don't know, I'd probably go for the mace. Ooh, green! Green is nice. I like green. It's terrible compared to the others. Yeah, I mean, 10 potions are good, I think. If they're an uncommon rarity, but yeah. Are we also doing green marble on these other buildings? I guess so. Yeah, let's make green marble everywhere. Oh, okay, I see. I see what's happening here. So I have to leave some potential spots for doors. I don't know where I want those doors to go. Hi, Nixumia. You're back from a summer away. A whole summer away? That sounds awesome! I seem to have lost my plans in the center. Because all the structures we moved deleted the plans. Yeah, so we're working on building a colony that spans the whole tile, just as Alistair said. And it is challenging. It's taking quite a long time. How was your summer away? Okay, that's already green marble. There's a sarcophagus here that I have to move. A meteorite of uranium ore struck the ground. Rimworld is kind of like Sims, but in space. Maybe in the sense that you have to maintain their needs and stuff, but I would not consider it to be like Sims, really. I mean, I guess... I guess if you're thinking about it from the perspective of like needing to maintain their mood and their needs, yes. But I think the similarity pretty much ends there. You just got back in last night and the cast are still angry with you. Oh no. Angry kitties. Getting all angry. Angrified kitties. Rimworld is a lot more focused on managing a colony, like building a colony and managing a colony. It's like Factorio, but with people. I wouldn't say it's like Factorio either. Factorio is like factory building and automation. This is just colony sim. This song makes me sad. I'm gonna skip it. It's almost over, but it... Aw, I'm not a matcha latte. Boop. There's not a latte left. Boop. Gotcha, Sparker Rester. Hello again, Dovahkiin. How are you? It is really hard for me to see with all these plans. I'm going to turn down the opacity to 10%. We can see what's going on inside here. Progener is insulting people. The final straw was sick. Sick and tired. Madara's depressed. Completely depressed because learning starved and there's psyche withdrawal. do find it kind of disappointing that you cannot continue to care for a child's needs beyond keeping them fed in jail. Like, why can't you send in a warden to help them learn? Like, if I were to put a blackboard and stuff in there, would our caretaker help with that? There's cougar revenge. Being attacked by a cougar. I wanted to tame it, spare pants. You weren't supposed to kill it. How's Simba? He is cat. He is cat. Hi, Arachnid Soul. It's like Factorio if you remove all the core gameplay elements of Factorio and put the ones of rimworld there instead. And then, whoa, you have rimworld. Is that all colonists need in their bedrooms? A table. They always seem unhappy with the rooms. So, sometimes it's... What's the specific error that you're getting? Sometimes it's space. Like, they need to have enough space in the room. For the most part, like, just giving them a high-quality bed and access to some accessory bits and, like, nice floors and things, it goes a long way. So, in this case, my rooms are built with marble. So, marble is pretty. And so, like, this room is completely clean. And the floors are pretty, the walls are pretty. The bed is nice. Plant pot's nice. The nightstand is nice. And so, like, this is a nice room. You have... Oh, yes, barracks. They hate barracks. They absolutely hate barracks. You want to give them their own room. I think I'll just deconstruct the sarcophagi. Sarcophagi. It seems someone got upset with Progenitor and all of Progenor's insults. They knocked them out. We are also out of medicine, besides Glitterworld. Besides Glitterworld. Under allowed skill of 8. Cannot plant heal root. Spare parts can. Chumlee's on a mental break, and Kitty. Kitty and Kitty Cat confuse me. They're... I don't know. Their names are too similar. Oh my gosh, how long has this been on? Ugh. By the way, the button works today. So floors aren't the biggest priority. Not the biggest priority. Generally speaking, though, yeah. Everyone's gonna want their own separate rooms. Did they move that body? What did they do with the body? Oh no. They put it somewhere. Who are all you people? Okay, those are all raiders. There was a sarcophagus that did have a corpse in it. But there's only 3 corpses in this freezer, so where did the corpse that was in there go? Here. Okay, that's fine. I forgot about those down there, those sneaky sarcophagi. Hi, Imes! You're back from the woods! Back from the woods already? Yeah, so... If they share a room... they'll get a little negative moodlet that says something like... I want my own room, or... awful barracks, those sorts of things. And when other people come in and out, it wakes them up, and so they'll probably get a negative moodlet along the lines of, "Oh, Alistair, look, I found your colonist." Yeah, something along the lines of disturbed sleep, or awful barracks, that kind of thing. Why does it feel like Europeans have so much time off? Because they do. No, it too far gone to be resurrected. Don't use wood floors. Yeah, wood floors catch on fire and then they burn everything down. It's fun, but everything will get destroyed. Oh, no, so I do want that. Madara is catatonic. Not due to withdrawal, but due to a lack of learning. So I am curious to know, if I were to put a blackboard and like a desk in the prison, if the warden would go in there and help them out with childcare. Is childcare only for colonists? Care for a baby or child of the colony. Europeans get way more time off than people in the US. Most of the developed world gets way more time off than the US. Yeah. Yes. I wonder what the average amount of time off is in Europe, like all countries considered, versus the average time off in the US. Because I know it varies a lot, right? Like country to country in the EU. But I feel that probably even the average of all that combined is likely much better. Oh, wait a second. We don't want heal root in those sections. Yeah, heal root has a 100% sensitivity to fertility, so we're gonna want to make our own zone here. There. Now it's a separate zone. What should we put here? Potatoes work well. Hay grass has a 60% fertility sensitivity. So the higher the number of sensitivity for fertility, the more sensitive the plant is to how fertile the ground is. So when you toggle the fertility overlay in the bottom here, the dark green stuff is really, really fertile soil. The light green stuff is okay-ish, and the yellow is bad. And if there's nothing, you can't grow anything, like on sand. Or mud. Or water. So heal root, being what it is extremely sensitive. 100%. So if you try growing it in light green soil, it's gonna take forever. Rice, 100%. Potatoes are 40%. Tinctoria, smoke leaf. Cycloid plants are only 40%. Okay, I'll put cycloid there. And how about here too? I'm gonna skip that tile because I'm too lazy to delete it and put something else in its spot. Okay, we also have a growing zone here with a light bulb and everything. So in this one, heck, I don't know. We do have a lot of heal root growing. Maybe we should just do a whole big round of heal root. Since we lost it in the drop pod raid, the ceiling fell and crushed my medicine supply. Let's plant more cycloid over here too. I deleted the other zone where I was growing cycloid. Okay. Well, no, it's actually still here. The plants are. The zone is gone. Game is paused. Bum, bum, bum. You have 5 paid weeks off in the UK. That is awesome. The other developed countries get paid more and get more for the tax money. Things like healthcare, but enough about that. The European legislation mandates that all 27 member states must, by law, grant all employees a minimum of 4 weeks of paid vacation. Workers are entitled to 10 days paid annual leave for each complete year of service. So you start with 4 weeks and then get an additional 10 days per year? Is that what that's saying? The average American worker gets 11 days of paid vacation per year. Yes. Yes, it is so. Did somebody order some columns? Hello, Trivial Mind. Jess and the fine people of chat. How's it? It good. How are you? You got your half-orc druid Amanita. Mushrooms. Ims was mushroom picking while on vacation. Oops. Just getting in from some volunteer stuff and now Baldur's Gate 3. I wonder how many people in the community are playing Baldur's Gate 3. It seems like a lot. Yeah, so I'm just trying to figure out your message. Okay, so all employees receive a minimum of 4 weeks paid vacation. Workers are entitled to 10 days paid annual leave for each complete year of service. So is that saying that you start with 4 paid weeks off and then like every year that you work you get an additional week? Because at some point you just wouldn't have to work at all. That doesn't seem right. At some point, like once you've been working for 40 to 50 years, like that's the whole year's worth of weeks. You're guessing there's a cap. You did not pick them though. You didn't even get an upset tummy, so foraging success. I would say so. Reminder, quest. Okay. Did that already expire? I think so. I think it might have expired while I was not paying attention. Baldur's Gate is a massive game series, so you're not shocked it's been so well received. Biggest game of the year. No. Most likely a much better game than Starfield. I'm still excited for Starfield, but yeah, Baldur's Gate far ow, I bit my lip. Baldur's Gate far surpassed what I expected. I don't know what I expected, but whatever I did, it far surpassed it. There is an ad. I shall wait patiently. Until the ad is over. Oh no, we're almost out of green marble! Ugh. Shucks, I was hoping we had enough to finish this build. I might change... We have 183 marble blocks. Hi, Windows. Did Windows say something? I guess maybe let's change these to marble. Which would be kind of weird because the wall is just going to change color mid-build. But it is what it is. I suppose let's replace that as well. That's not right. Is that right? What the heck is going on here? None of this is right. You go 1 out, or 2 out, and then up to there, 4 across. Four across and then 3 up. Like this? No, that's still not right. No. I got it. Like that. 2 over, 3 down, 4 over. Yeah. Alright, final answer. Vacation allotments stop going up at 25 years of service in your union. At 25 years, you get 35 paid days off annually. That's still so nice. You're telling your friend before BG3 came out that if they did things right, they would easily have one of the best video games ever made. Yeah, it seems like they did the stuff right. Ooh, I have hopes for City Skylines 2 as well. We need to actually go back to playing City Skylines. And by we, I mean me. It's been a long time. I think the last time I tried playing it was in like 2019 or something, and so I need a refresher. Chun-Li should not be firefighting anymore. You heard 2 Windows bloops, and you have system sound set to no sound. It was Facebook, apparently. Facebook sounds. Wikipedia's map for minimum playtime off is amusing. Ooh, what's the map? PC Gamer gave BG3 the highest review score of any game of the last 16 years, a 97 out of 100. You know what's really impressive, too, is that they released early. Like, they had their date for launching the game, and it was early. I find that extra impressive. Like, you don't ever hear stories of games releasing earlier than expected. I'm gonna take this out too, because I just need a handful more blocks. They released it early to get out before Starfield. Is that why? Remove the roof, that's what I'm trying to do. Yeah, I know that I built this, but I've changed my mind. Let's just do all that. I feel like Bethesda is scrambling around even now to finish Starfield, and the game will still need to be finished by modders after release. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, this is weird, isn't it? We ran out of marble too. What am I gonna do? I guess we can go dig up more of it. Oops. So that's why I'm taking this down so I can get some blocks back. But let's have someone come up here and go digging. So somebody can start making blocks. Blocks are needed. Sand blocks. We'll need to be able to buy new copies repeatedly for the next decade. I'm really excited for Starfield, but I hope I get a review key. All the same. I requested one. I feel like the chances that I get it are going to be very slim because they're probably going to go to like much bigger streamers. But I'm still excited. I still want to play. Put a roof on it. You're waiting to see what actually comes out. Yeah, that's why I really want a review key. Cannot build a roof over an oak tree. Yeah, you know what? I'm kind of over the whole needing to dig up the trees thing. I'm just gonna let this happen. I'm going to let it happen. Hi there, Roll. Same for hoping Starfield is good, or hoping for a review key. The stream is going well. I'm a little bit sleepy. Oops, by a little bit I mean very sleepy, but that's not new for me. How are you? I've been spending some time... Oops, don't delete that. Planning out the rest of the colony, because we've been in a transient state for so long. And now I'm ready to expand. We have half of... How come there's no home zone view down here? I feel like there really should be. We have half of the map enveloped in home zone. Ooh, ah, it's cool. But I still have to build it up. I'm having trouble regulating my body temperature right now. Like, I keep pushing my sleeves up because I'm hot, and then I get cold. So I pull them down, and I'm hot again. Frame rate looked very suspect to you for the Starfield in the footage. Maybe it'll be okay. Hi there, Red October. Welcome in. You're usually a patient gamer and wait before buying, but unfortunately your your new CPU came with it for free. With the game? KSP2 made you more cautious of buying games at release. KSP2 was what made you more cautious. I actually want to replace these walls too. In a way, it's going to be neat because it will highlight the two bedrooms, but it's also going to be odd. The change in color will be odd. You're burned by Anthem. Yeah, so I was going to say, if you manage to make it all the way to KSP2 before getting burned by a game, by purchasing a game on release, that's very impressive. Uranium slug turret. At this point, we're just researching stuff. I don't even know what a rocket swarm launcher does. A single burst turret which can devastate a wide area at a key moment in battle. Is that from biotech? You're more concerned about thousands of planets. That means you get 100 empty wastelands that have nothing to do with the story. Because you don't generate 1,000 bespoke planets, you generate them procedurally. Oh, J-Slug, you... I feel... It makes me sad how burned you were by Diablo. Just, why does this keep happening? I don't know if... Why these potato plants are never harvested. And one plant down here keeps rotting over and over again. Hi there, Chubby Chum. You like the Fallout 76 PvP on release? I don't think I even touched. What's with the random sneezes? Fallout 76. I'm in the middle of talking and suddenly sneezes. I haven't played a lot, if any, BioWare games, so Anthem I'm very unfamiliar with. They announced it, you knew immediately it was not for you. It never disappointed you because you never played it. I'm really tempted to build like this instead. The square room just really bothers me. I don't know. I'll deal with it. I will deal with it for now. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt about Fallout 76 too. I kind of looked at it and was like, I don't know. I don't know about that. Okay, the green marble walls are still considered beautiful. The reason why I built this in green marble was because I wanted these two rooms in particular to be made out of green marble. I ended up wasting a bunch of it. I could replace what I built with regular marble and we get half the blocks back. And maybe that would be enough to convert these walls? Can I replace the wall underneath a wall light? I'm gonna try. The only thing you loved about Fallout 76 was the map. You want a single-player Fallout game on the map. With quality writing like Fallout 3. Fallout 4 was great unless you played the earlier Fallouts. 76 was trash, but what about New Vegas? I hear New Vegas is the best of them all. I've only played 3 and a little bit of 4. I was really excited for 4. And to play it with Solentre because Solentre had never played a Fallout game. But we were both very disappointed by it. We only played a few hours. I not slip? You're getting bullied by plastic wrap. Well, tell it to stop. Tell it to stop being bully. That should work, right? We are out of food. I think we have just enough food to keep everybody from getting angry about starving. So I'm just gonna mark all the big things on the map for hunting. Hi, Buzzcat. You're throwing cake! I too feel attacked. Especially because I can't eat cake. I had a really tough time this weekend. Not only could I not, like, join in with all the social activities and the social food, I could not eat cake or coffee, and I was sad. You can just replace the wall underneath a wall light. You can do that. I'm being really, really indecisive about what I'm doing, and the only thing I'm sorry about is how many materials I'm wasting. Because these are very finite, these blocks. I bought them off a trader. I don't actually have these on my map. Why can't I eat cake? Because there's a lot of things I can't eat right now. I'm on a stupidly restricted diet. It's stupid. You know, now that I did this, I've changed my mind again. I changed my mind again. Everybody, stop what you're doing. I actually like the green marble on the rooms in the corner. I changed my mind. Because as I zoomed out, I realized it actually kind of gave it some dimension. Otherwise, it just kind of looked like a room blob. I think this is the last time I'm gonna change my mind, okay? Okay? The problem is, it takes 5 blocks to build a wall, and then when you deconstruct it, you only get 2 to 3 back, so I've essentially lost half of my materials doing this. And then when I've rebuilt it and then taken it out again, I've lost more. Muffalo Revenge. You got this, Kenna. Is this where you find your bad foods diet? Yeah, except, so I took a blood test that came back saying all the foods are bad, actually. They're all bad. I'm just having a, like, whole body reaction to all foods. Yeah, we're getting to the point where we actually are starving. I was considering doing this, so grabbing a heal root and then double clicking it, harvesting fully grown, there, harvest fully grown, and then we do the same thing with berry bushes. So like back out, harvest fully grown berries, and harvest fully grown berries, because we are low on food. With all the hunting we've just done, it should be fine, but still. It's alright, Buzzcat. So, I'm currently on this diet for an unknown period of time, but the goal is to basically... Okay. Okay. Alright. Here's the thing. don't have enough green marble to build all 4 rooms anymore because of how many times I changed my mind. So we could switch to pink marble instead. And then build the rooms. Let's just cancel it, alright? So yeah, hopefully after everything is said and done, like this will help reduce the inflammation entirely so that it's not a concern any longer. I can't see my plans, they're too dark. I'm actually kind of upset that I just did that and lost all my blocks. I lost all the marbles. Actually, so my review after like the first, I think I'm going on 2 weeks now on this new diet, and my review after all of it is the first week I felt really bad. Well, I would say the first week and a half. I just, yeah, the first week and a half I felt really bad. Like just butts. But that's not uncommon. Especially when like your body is really used to certain foods and then you stop feeding those to your body. Like sugar. Cane sugar in particular. Not that I consumed large amount of cane sugar anyway, but cane sugar is just slipped into all the foods. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Hi there, Bingenstein. Hello. How are you? I can't decide if the door for these rooms should be on the top or on the side. I feel like on the top, because they'll have quicker access to the hospital. Having breakfast? Stealing canes from old people to make sugar is cruel. I'm not a huge fan of the pink marble. Immediately next to the white marble. Maybe we could just make it all white marble and call it a day. Or not. I'm being so indecisive. I even tried to avoid this by planning things. But now that this is getting built, I don't know that I like these rooms on the side anyway. In fact, I'm going to cancel them. Just everybody cancel. Alright? Have your stupid white walls. I'm done with it. Cheese walls would be good. This is the last time I'm changing my mind. Clearly. Clearly, this is the last time I'm changing my mind. Oh, goodness. I don't know what to say, okay? Remove fence. Press X to doubt. Hey. Hey. So yeah, like I was saying, my review for the first few days or weeks of this diet is basically that I have noticed a difference. Generally speaking, I'm not like having really bad crashes in the middle of the day anymore. I'm still feeling like really mentally fatigued a lot of the time. But the thing that I was really struggling with was how I just in the middle of the day would crash super hard, and at the time it was being attributed to my medication, like Adderall. Which likely played a part, but I also haven't been like randomly getting super nauseous. I haven't been getting super nauseous. I've been getting headaches and things, but that's also common when you stop consuming sugar, which like I was saying, I don't go out of my way to have a bunch of sugar, but it's just in everything. Even in things that you feel like shouldn't have sugar in it, it's there. The Dark Empress has redecided again. And this is why modding for Jess is easy. Yes, very easy. So, still with the headaches, but the first thing that I've noticed that has gone away is the random nausea. Which I have to say I am okay with. Yeah, still a lot of mental symptoms in the sense that I'm still getting headaches and still brain foggy and whatnot. But I'm optimistic. I think that goes there. And here you are consuming a lollipop. Lollipop. Okay, how about these ones I make pink? Maybe we should save the pink for the floor. Nah, let's make these pink rooms. Wait a second. That is 4 wide. Yeah, I guess I'll put the door on the top. Okay, I know we picked up some wall lights because I took them off the other room. I need to place them around because it is dark. It is dark down here. Did they take tea and coffee away? Yeah, I'm not having tea and coffee right now. However, I can't survive, I don't think. So I've been having matcha instead. I don't really think that there's a difference between tea and matcha. Quite literally. Matcha is green tea. But the reason why I wouldn't want to have tea in the first place is more due to like stress hormones. Yeah, matcha is just ground tea leaves. Yeah, but I gotta survive somehow, okay? Spaghetti sauce. Yeah, I can't have spaghetti sauce unless it doesn't have tomatoes in it. Can't have bread. Yeah, these things have cane sugar in them too. There's a trader passing by. Have they received news of my inability to make up my mind and have decided to send, hopefully, more blocks? One can only hope. Ads are over! Let's send them sculptures. That's 820 monies. I really need medicine. Badly. We have 118 components. Whoa! Here, take ambrosia and go juice. The go juice is worth so much, and so is the ambrosia. What? I guess that does add up. 73 times 10, 730 plus 773, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. Didn't expect that. Do they have organs? No organs, but they do have barrels. Reinforced barrels. I'm gonna buy 4 of them. Maybe I'll buy 3. Nice. It cost me 420. Is there anything else I can send them? Not much, really. Except all my sculptures. Why does it always go over here? Outside in the rain. It's a lot of components, I know. What about Subway bread? Didn't Island decide that it's legally not bread? I don't know. I don't know, TBH. So all things considered, I have noticed a difference. But there's still more work to be done. And I'm hopeful that as things proceed, I'll be feeling better. Apparently it has too much sugar in it to be bread. Yeah, this is what I mean. Everything has sugar in it. Like, even if you try to make good decisions, you just come over here and whack on this piece of junk. I can't deconstruct it. It's gotta be attacked. Attack. No, I keep doing that. I think the reason why I keep doing that is because I'm... No, I guess that makes sense. Can't tell if I'm just hitting the wrong buttons or if the buttons changed. Maybe I've been playing too many games recently. Cake sandwich. This is what I am talking about. Oh, chat, I'm pretty out of it today. I'm out of it. Brain's sleepy. Okay, tell you what, why don't we put a masterwork? Meep has created the masterwork steel helmet, and then put some underground power conduits. There. Thank you. Thank you for that. That might have done the trick. Coulda maybe might done the trick. We're gonna put auto doors through here. I think those would be fun. So Chumlee is going to need some more hemogen soon. Randy has decided to drive some boom rats mad. I see 4 on the minimap right here, right there, and right there. Mad boom rats. The problem with mad boom rats is they're kind of explodey. Yo, Kenna is like the best shot in the colony, and those were 2 very bad shots. Not inside, Progenitor! Not near the battery, Progenitor! Yes, through the door. And small and hard to hit. Alright, we're good. We're good. That one's dead. Another is going to come through my little kill hallway soon. Today's going fast. It's been 3 hours. I'm surprised by that. It hasn't been feeling very fast to me. I still have... I still have 466 blocks. Like, how many is this gonna be? It's probably too many to finish these rooms on the side. How I should build them? Put the door there and the door there? Yeah, I think that's okay. Look at all these random power lines. Read all about. It is so dark. Oops. So how has your day been, chat? I need you to tell me about your day. I don't want to get sleepy on you. As I had just been talking about my lack of midday crashes. This is probably more attributed to staying up way too late. Along with an overall lack of caffeine. Big mountain roof. Cannot remove mountain roof. It's hot and humid. It was cooler earlier, so I put on a sweater, but I think it's starting to get kind of hot out because my sweater is getting very warm. But I want to wear my sweater. I like it. If I wear my sweater anyway, despite it being too hot, will it make summer come faster? Go here. Is that where that goes? I think so. A gap of 4 and a gap of 4. Yes. It's been very long. So much to do. I'm looking for a new bedside table. That seems like fun, though. So I've experimented with giving colonists 2 doors to their bedrooms. The problem that I've ended up having with that is they tend to use those doors as cut-throughs. To the point that I normally just don't even if you mark it as an unusable door, like, they still try. They have a mental break, they'll still just be like, I'm going through this door anyway, I don't care. And the flower store was stupid. What happened at the flower store? What's with the random sneezing? You hid the Hawthorne in your experiment room since it has AC. That seems like a good plan to me. I can agree with that. Turn up the AC to make it cold enough for a sweater. And that would be turning it down. I don't really want to do that. Our AC unit has been struggling, and our thermostat has been giving us a warning like, hey, as it happens, your air conditioner can't keep up with the demand. Like, we have it set to like 84 degrees, and the thermostat is telling us that our compressor is running nonstop because it's struggling. And to be fair, it's been really, really absurdly hot, but also I kind of worry that the whole unit itself is dying. So I don't really want to make it super cold. One, because it's a really inefficient unit to begin with, and AC units aren't great for the environment to begin with, but apparently this one is like extra bad. It's the kind that used to be made before new ones, which for some reason are a bit better. I don't know the specifics. Infestations. In the place where I just changed my mind a bunch of times. Why couldn't they have helped me out by taking the walls down for me? You're moving out, not for the first time, but the first time in 10 years. You're almost out of decision making for today. Well, moving is really stressful. It's really stressful. I'm so happy that we don't have to move this year or last year. We moved like once. Actually, I'd say on average, more than one time per year. Me and Solantre over however long we've been together. In some cases, it was, I think on average, more often than once per year. Hi there, Armchair Wizard. Hello. All I know about the AC is keep your outside unit clean. Yeah, we probably should have someone over to maintenance it, or to provide maintenance. I don't really care to. It's all rusty and old and hot. It's probably got the bad gas in it. Yeah, I think so. Might still have R12. Yeah, I think R12 gas. The infestation sound is nasty. R12 is called dichloromethane. Difluoromethane. Difluoromethane. Freon 12. And a CFC. Its manufacture was banned in developed countries in 1996. And in developing countries in 2010. Its only allowed usage is as a fire retardant in submarines and aircraft. So when did they stop making things with it? It was banned in 96, but usually there's like a grace period with those things. Lots of words. Words. Yeah, I do think that this is what my air conditioner is. Because I specifically remember going through my home inspection with the inspector before moving in, and he was like, so this is your AC unit. It's really old. I don't even know how it's still functioning. But somehow it is. Like, I did all the tests. It looks just fine. Just make sure, blah, blah, blah. Home warranty, blah, blah, blah. Also, when it breaks, not if it breaks, when it breaks, you're going to have to replace it entirely because, 1, you can't get these things anymore, and 2, they don't make them, and 3, it's really bad for the environment. They make better ones now. And so, I'm over here like, please don't die. Please don't die. Please don't die. Please don't die. And the thermostat's coming, like, reporting on the screen like, compressor, I forget specifically. Like, compressor is failing, or compressor can't maintain temperature. Like, consider unit replacement, and just like, no, 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 don't die. Just finish out the summer, please. Finish out the summer. Yeah, that amount of moving that was you in college. So much time, effort, and stress. It's, for 1, a lot of time, 2, a lot of effort, a lot of stress, and very expensive. Moving around a lot is super expensive because it requires a security deposit and, like, first month's rent and every place that you go. And while it's still kind of the amount that you would spend anyways over time, it's usually bigger every year. Like, you have to be able to hand over a check to your landlord that's larger every year, and then you also usually have to get new furniture because, like, somehow in a lot of cases our furniture... Oh wait, this is not the infestation location, is it? I thought it was. It's dirt. Where's the infestation at? Oh, yes, here again. This is why I said I want to move this stuff out of here, because of the infestation. We'll deal with that in a moment. It's got the bad gas in it. How hot is it there? It's been hot. H-A-W-T. I had to replace both ACs to the house. It was an expensive month. On the plus side, the power bill dropped a lot. Hi, Dr. Sean. Hello, welcome in. How are you? That noise makes me uncomfortable. Yeah, so it's already been an expensive month, though, because we had to do a bunch of repairs on the car that ended up being an absurd amount of money. Plus, the cat has been doing his thing, and Slendra's computer blew up, and so we had to buy a whole new computer. But hey, the car works now. The car has air conditioning. And no longer in danger of breaking down. The technician who worked on our car, Solentre said that, like, verbatim, he said, it's a really good thing that you brought in your car because it... Okay, maybe not verbatim, but it's a really good thing you brought the car in because it was in the danger zone. Like, so desperately needing maintenance. Let's switch back to this pump shotgun, and we're gonna deal with this. We're gonna deal. That noise is so uncomfortable. Okay, we gotta get the kids out of here. Icky, 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 icky noise. I hate it. Our pets are in the wrong spot too. We can't get them out of there without changing the zone. Our squirrel might die. Healing time till 5. Very nice. How is Rimworld going today? Well, we've just been working on building things. Tom! No! And roasted donut! Venerated husky! They weren't supposed to attack my animals. Or this stuff. Guys, someone shoot it! Someone do a pew pew! Get them to come this way. Okay, now move. Chumley, move! Yes, kite them over here. Oh, they almost destroyed it, but it's okay. Chaos. Sex. Okay, I hope they... Chumley is in a sadistic rage and is going to vent that rage on prisoners. We are not going to attack a child. So the issue with this attack angle is I can't actually shoot these spoiders. This one is going to destroy my chem reactor. I'm gonna send Progenitor in there. I'm gonna send everybody in there. I kind of wish I could move them in this formation. We could do this. They're all attacking Progenitor. Been anywhere between 100 and 110 for the past month, with like 2 days of it being an exception in the high 90s, and those were the nice days. Yeah, it be like that, doesn't it? I need somebody to rescue Husky. And then I need somebody else to rescue Midnight Winter. Help is on the way. Alright, help's on the way. We're good. Building things like a bug colony. It would be exceptionally nice to be able to turn off the bug noise. We attacking the dog or the nest? I will wait. Because I have before killed animals and colonists that are on top of nests by accident. You're a fox. You are. I can't tell what I'm targeting. It's not telling me. Yeah, see? Tom. One of them is friendly. Yeah, we have 2 friendly mega spiders in the colony. 2 friendly spooters, and I'm really glad they didn't break my infinite chem reactor. Maybe we should build some doors through here. Also, Chumley is released. Good. Mega spider bleeding out. A crushed leg. There's a spelopede over here. Ooh, and a mega spider. Kenna, can you tend to the mega spider? I want to try and rescue it so that I can turn it into another colonist. There we go. Now I can get this. I think Baldur's Gate 3 is easily one of the best games you've ever played. You know, you're not the first person who has walked in here and said that today. Put some IEDs in there. I don't know about that. Thanks, Alistair. Obviously so is rimworld. You haven't played in a while. You should start another colony. I don't know. Baldur's Gate's pretty good too. Baldur's Gate's a pretty good choice. I, for one, endorse, you know, your Baldur's Gate addiction. Who would I be to judge? Because I've been playing a lot of Baldur's Gate myself. And is on an insulting spree because hideous environment. It is pretty hideous. Okay. So, there's a mega spider in here now. Trying to close the door. There we go. Oh, and the kids are good to undraft. Thank you, Alistair. BG3 seems so good, you might end up trying it despite usually not playing turn-based games. So, I don't know if you tried Divinity. Specifically, like, Divinity Original Sin 2, which was Larian's, like, last game. Specifically, like, their last CRPG, like turn-based CRPG, which was widely regarded as a pretty dang good game. I couldn't really get into that, so that's why I was thinking when Baldur's Gate rolled around that I wouldn't enjoy it that much, despite it being very focused on D&D mechanics, like more so than Divinity ever was. I just have to say, like, I'm really glad that I tried it because it is so good. It is so good. If you have the opportunity to try it, like, definitely do. You might be surprised. So these power lines are a mess, but essentially what we've got going on is we have a bunch of underground power lines all over the place, and a bunch of overground power lines that I am trying to delete and hide. I think it's gonna work out. The best part of BG3 is the unbelievable level of choices you have, both story-wise and gameplay experimentation. If you're wondering, can I do this random thing to cause this action I desire? The answer is almost certainly yes. Yeah, it's really excellent. Chumley needs death rest, and Chumley also needs noms. So, yeah, I was gonna say, just go death rest before you do something we're gonna regret, Chumley. But maybe we should give them Hemogen first? I don't think they're in danger of dying. I think maybe their need for Hemogen kind of just pauses with the death rest? I assume? Ugh, ads! Okay, we're fleeing from the spider that's around, so once you destroy a hostile mega spider's nest, they are no longer immediately hostile towards your colony. Like, obviously it's trying to get out. It will bite you if you try to tame it. But for the most part, yes, we can attempt to tame it and it might work out. Our best animal handler is Kitty. I haven't saved in a while. Kitty. Got to tame it. And you have to click on them and order your colonists to tame them. Otherwise, they tend to run away when they see it. Like, it's just attacking the dog just 'cause. Okay, well... That is not what I was attempting to do. Alright, I was waiting for the ad break to be over to read your message. Non-spoiler example, you saw a group of enemies standing near a ledge and you thought, can I cast invisibility on the wizard and have him sneak up to them to cast Thunderwave which blasts them off the cliff? The answer is yes. You killed the boss and his retinue that way. Yeah. There's a lot of cool things that you can do just like that. Oh no, did it die? Did I thought I said to tend to it, not kill it. Oh well. A trade ship is passing by. Madara can be let out of jail. They have recovered from their psychite addiction. Whoa. What have they got? Still no organs. We really need hyperweave and we need organs badly. Badly, I tell ya. They have 39 medicine. I will give them 100 insect jelly and ambrosia. They also have a reinforced barrel. A triple rocket launcher, sniper rifle, incendiary launcher. A flak jacket. This is really hard to read. Nope, I don't want any of that. But I will take the medicine. You kill a phase spider matriarch that way. If you want, you can add the knockback mechanics to a warlock's eldritch blast. Can you really? Anybody else needing tending to? Wait, did Chum-Li not do death rest? Start your death rest. 2 roles unfulfilled, so yeah, we got a lot going on right now. A whole lot of things are happening. And my pen is not enclosed? I don't agree. There's a wall and a wall. No door. Oh, you're right. Because there's a door missing. Let's put that one right here. So they can wander like this. Right on out. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 has just been amazing. I think every stream that we've had since release, we've been raving about the game. Here, in chat. We're gonna need marble. This spot seems like the most obvious location, but I'm really hesitant to dig out all this thick roof. Progenitor is going to destroy a hospital bed. Stop! Ah, it's too late. Just take a catharsis, dude. Why can't you destroy these? The steel beds instead. Wake up. It's not even that I'm tired, per se. I just feel really groggy. Okay, that's loaded. Gotta make sure all my things are locked and loaded. Madara's on an insulting spree. final straw where the trees were harmed. Making a large sculpture. We're just not gonna do that? Or did you... No, okay, this one's loaded. Hey, a snack. Thanks. I've been brought a snack. Is that my indication that it should be break time? Snack. Fruit bar. Snacks. Definitely snacks. All the lights turned off. Oh. Light? Hey, Sleepy Dragon Man. How are you doing? Here we go. The motion sensor doesn't believe I exist. But I have a button. The light's going off due to motionless Jess is a sign it's a break. Well, to be fair, I just flailed my arm and it still didn't see me, so... Get up and walk around, maybe then you won't be so groggy. Oh yeah, the internet's doing the thing. Internet! I'm not sure if there's a delay or not, so I'm gonna type this in chat. My bitrate is struggling. How long has it been buffering? Somebody went back out and snipped the connection. Please, no. It started a minute ago? Cilantro says he's not having any issues with his internet. So maybe it's a Twitch ingest server having issues. Although we did drop the internet earlier, so I don't know. I really hope we're not having that issue again. I really don't want that to be the case. How's it going, Cubis? And Gazebo, I hope you're well. Travelers desire alms. A group of poor travelers are approaching looking for help. They are begging for 39 medicine. They needed to help a nearby settlement that was devastated by raiders. 39 medicine? That's a lot! You can't just roll up in here begging for stuff. Oh my. I have to give it to them though. We want some OG tavern tunes? Okay. If you say so. So loud. Still so loud. Enjoy the loudness. The opposite of the silence. We have reached the point of the day where it's too hot to think properly. I've maybe not been super hot, rabbits, but I've been a part of the day where it's been too hot to think clear. The music is too loud. I don't know. It's not thinking clearly has been me all day. There we go. I have totally been struggling with words and stuff and cohesive thoughts. J-Sog's bullying you with fire again. Is he saying you're fired? What a big meanie. I want to build some auto doors. Can you not build steel auto doors? Are we out of steel? There's no way. No, we have 5,900 steel. Oh, it's right in front of my face. Yeah, I want all of these things to be auto doors. Specifically in this area because I want to keep Chumley in both of these rooms here and here. And the problem is that it's 3 doors to go through. If there's an emergency in the hospital, 3 doors. If you block fireballs, you get 2 frames of advantage. You can't even delete your own comments. Nope. Instead, you have to behave. OG Tavern Tunes. Yeah, so for me, it's been a day. I've been having a lot of trouble, like, with just words in general. I don't know. From one thought process to another. Sometimes even the same thought process struggles. This is supposed to be a door. A heat wave. No more heat. No! Don't do it to us. Don't do it. No more heat waves. I just realized a problem. So for a royal room, we need a double bed. And here's the issue. I cannot center a double bed on any of these walls. So my option includes putting it into like this corner or this corner instead. Which I guess is what I'm gonna have to do. And then we can put a nightstand there. And this will become Chun-Li's bedroom. It's already floored. We're lucky. Heat wave. Nopers. I would like a cold snap. In the middle of summer. The auto doors are super quick. Because they're automatic. They open at 100% speed, I think, no matter what the material. I think. Maybe I should have built them out of stone. Do stone auto doors have 100% opening speed? The new CK3 DLC is out today. Rough timing. You know what? I was just thinking about CK3 DLC this morning. And the thing is, I did not even know that there wasn't a DLC coming. So Cubis is called. I'm gonna type it in chat. It's depending on like what you're dealing with, it might not be recommended. Like I would talk to a doctor about it because it is intended for people who are struggling with autoimmune conditions. Because in some cases, in a lot of cases, issues with foods being very inflammatory increases the issues with foods being inflammatory tends to be much more common in people who suffer from autoimmune conditions. Okay, there's a quest. Rewarded bloodshed. Nebulous, Prime Decider of the Union of Arminuia, wants you to help save one of his caravans. The caravan is being hunted near Nada settlement by Itaki from the Banbiddies clan. Nebulous wants you to signal to the Itaki to draw them away from the caravan and towards you. They're not gonna give me any hyperweave. I don't care. I'm gonna try and see if I can get nutrients from air. That is not. No. No, sorry, Madara. This is for Chumley. Soars. We might need another light or two. What? You can't sleep here too? Sure, sleep on the floor. That's fine. Yeah, it's not specifically a diet. It is a protocol to test how foods affect you. Like on an individual level. So first off, it's not really something that I would say speak to a doctor about it, because it's really easy for it to become unhealthy if not like properly done, because you have to eliminate so many different foods that it can be dangerous. Like you can risk a lot of nutrient deficiencies. It's also not ideal for everybody. In my case, I am doing it because I had a test done, like a blood test done to test for food sensitivities, and that test came back showing that I'm having a reaction to most foods. Yeah, and a lot of places will call it like extreme paleo. It's like paleo with more restrictions, because a paleo diet already eliminates a lot of the same things. It just takes it a bit further by also recommending the elimination of other food groups that tend to be really inflammatory. And so like I got the test done, and the test did come back showing that all the things bother me, which is a sign of like intestinal issues and intestinal inflammation. And so it could be due to a lot of things. It could be due to stress. It could be due to the autoimmune condition itself. This is a lot of trees to ravage, but I think we've probably already ravaged all the trees, right? But it could also be inflammation due to what I've been eating over time. And so that is the goal. It can last anywhere from like 30 days to 6 months or longer. I have read that some people just stay on the diet because they feel really good. But you're supposed to basically do it until you feel better. And from there, you start to reintroduce foods and see if any of them cause issues. Humans are so high maintenance. I know they are. They are so high maintenance. We are in serious need of a firmware update. It's still too dark on the other side of the room. I need to put the light somewhere else. Why don't we put it here and there? Oh, I see. We're talking about CK3. It's more what they've been releasing. You're not super hyped. You want them to address government types. Oh yeah, I don't even know what this DLC is about, to be honest. I would say it's not that I'm paying attention, but I'm not paying attention. I have no idea what I was gonna say. My brain is not with me today. Yeah, this looks right. Here and here. That's where I want those to go. That's what the DLC is? Hi, Lito, how's it going? Hello. Now I was thinking, now I kind of want to put the door in the other spot, because if I want to have these be mirrored, then the door has to go here, and that's kind of far away. Yeah, I think I'd rather have the door be into the room, or into this space, rather than away from it, so I might rearrange those two rooms. Oh wait, pink marble. Pink marble! Oops. I thought the game was on 1x speed, meaning something bad was happening. Yes. Yeah, we're gonna move these and instead fill those in. And then rearrange the beds too. Reinstall right there and right there. Yeah, talking to a doctor is recommended. And before making like any serious change nutritionally, it's good to talk to a doctor and or a nutritionist, because like I said, it's a lot of foods that are removed, and especially in like the modern world that we live in, a lot of it is processed. And once you actually start, oh, SPG is locked in there now. You're stuck now. Oops. Good thing you had some food in your pocket. Fish jacks. Once you actually start looking at the things you are removing and eliminating from your diet, it becomes very shocking just how much you suddenly can't eat. And that is why it can be dangerous in that sense, because you end up removing a lot. I forgot we were even researching things. Let's just finish the tree. Two weeks of eating brown rice will impact you emotionally. Can't even eat rice, but yeah, there's a thing called, what is it, the I think it is the gut-brain axis. Gut-brain axis. Here's some Wikipedia for you. Can't have quinoa either. It's a grain, or a pseudo grain. Quinoa, I think. So yeah, my doctor was talking to me about this and how there's been so much research recently that has A streamer breaking my own link rules. I'm the streamer. I'm allowed to post links. Yeah, there's been a lot of research that has come out demonstrating how closely related your microbiome in your gut and your mental functioning is. So, ad break. There's no countdown. I'm trying to talk to people, ads. You gotta warn me. Yes, exactly, Roll. The internet is not a doctor. Uh-huh. Underground plasteel? Heel root died from rotting. Because the light is off? The light is off. Death rest complete. Yes, wake back up. How wake up? Wake now. And then Chumley needs some noms, so I want you to blood feed off Acerifolius. Acerifolius doesn't mind. Acerifolius and Rural, actually, are both... And he's like, let me just bite you in the hallway real quick. Okay, thanks. Boy. Acerifolius and Rural both share an ideology that reveres blood feeders because they were actually the thralls for a vampire. So they're still sort of vampire thralls, and so... Somebody's like, I can't catch you. Hold up. Since when are vampires too slow to catch their prey? Yeah, so specifically with a diet like this, I just feel like I have to reiterate, it's a really drastic decision and a really drastic transition. If you take it on, like, you have to understand that it is... What? You can't have a mental break over a hemogen craving. When we just did the thing. No, not a blood transfusion. I need to extract blood. Extract hemogen pack. I don't see it in that menu. Blood loss moderate. If everybody in the colony donates a hemogen pack, there should be enough. Maybe not from the escalator. I worry that the escalator is gonna keel over on us any moment because I still haven't found hyperweave. An exotic goods trader? Maybe they have hyperweave! Oh no, you weren't supposed to walk in on this. This is absolutely not what you were supposed to do. Those were for raiders. Oh man, all this stuff is gonna burn too. It's all gonna burn. It's free things, but it's all on fire. What did I do? I did nothing besides leave these mechanoids here for maybe far too long. Maybe it's time we deal with them. Where'd their Muffalo go? Did the Muffalo leave the map? Did the Muffalo leave? I think it did, which is a bummer because that's the thing that would have had a hyperweave on it if they had anything. It had a piggy. I think it left. I think it ran away. It boogied. Oops. Oopsie poopsie. The Muffalo was on fire. I'm avoiding cake on my new diet. Why is the set force target button not doing anything? The mortars are broken! I can't set it to target anything. Oh, now you work. This one's working. Hold fire. What about this one? Might want to do it. Let me try moving it. Okie dokie. Tiny bolts. Man the mortar. Hi there, Nixes. People got along okay before our cake. Taking dietary advice on the internet on face value isn't the best. No, definitely not. Most certainly not. Like, there's a lot of people that provide, like, good recommendations for recipes and things, but otherwise, yeah. Make sure everybody's inside. Also, we can expand that zone now. Yeah, I too understand, Cubis. I just am saying something not just for you, but for all of chat too. Because, like, I'm talking about these things, but I don't want anybody else to make a decision that might not be healthy for them off of something I've said. Which is why I'm stressing it so hard. There are no nearby mortar shells. Okay, well, we hit the defoliator. I'm not sure why these things aren't attacking. Is it... Taking herbal medicine to inventory. After that, man, this one... Oh! Maybe it won't target anything because it needs a barrel replacement. No, it has a... The barrel's already been changed. Let's try moving it and see if that fixes the problem. No cake at all. It was a lie all along. The cake really was a lie. Yeah, so specifically what I'm referring to is a... I think it's probably easiest to call it a diet, but it's more of an elimination protocol. It's called the autoimmune elimination protocol. And it's intent is for people who are dealing with autoimmune conditions and a lot of adverse symptoms that can't really be explained by anything, or can be through process of elimination traced back to food. It's something that really should be done with care and under guidance, because it eliminates tons of stuff, like all grains and rice and nuts and seeds and legumes and anything that has additives in it or preservatives, most sweeteners. I think all fruit is good. Most vegetables are okay except for nightshades. And so that means like no potatoes, no tomatoes, and a certain spice that I can't think of off the top of my head. Wow, Tiny Bolt. Tiny Bolt's aim is on point. It's a protocol to figure out a diet. No, I can still eat things. I can have meat and fish and lots of fruit and a bunch of vegetables besides nightshades. And I can have maple syrup and coconut sugar and lots of coconut. Pretty much coconut is the replacement for everything. Ah, Tiny Bolt, GG. You did it. You did it, Tiny Bolt. Well done. Cayenne, red pepper, chili powder, and paprika are all nightshades. There's another one too. You can't do black pepper either. Nutmeg. 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 And, that was the one I was thinking of. A lot of spices you can't do because they're from seeds. Oh yeah, you can't do seeds. I say that? Nuts and seeds. And anything derived from a seed. So, like, think oils. A lot of fillers in foods. A handful of spices. And so yeah, coconut... No, can't have pistachios. Because they're a nut. Coconut, turns out, is a replacement for everything. You can do, like, coconut flour, coconut sugar, coconut butter, coconut oil. Cilantro found this, like, coconut caramel sauce that's supposed to be, like, a replacement for a nut butter spread. And that's just made with, like, coconut roots or something. It's pretty good. And cassava flour is a big one, and tiger nut flour. I'm not sure what tiger nuts are. They're not nuts, though. Cassava is a root that's grown in, I think, Southern America. Like a tuber, I believe. The elimination for keto and plus paleo. So yeah, it's basically like paleo, but way more serious. And so you don't do it forever. You do it for as long as it takes to noticeably feel improved. So whatever those symptoms you might be feeling, as once those improve, and then you start adding things back in one at a time. Follow you. We'll get there eventually. Coconut treacle, that's it. Hi, Nello. Cassava's what tapioca comes from. Oh, it's here. It's here. Why is everybody resting?
Whoop whoop, long overdue.
Oh, because they're all in line for surgery to extract hemogen packs, right? Phoebus, thanks so much for the 5 months. Welcome back. Welcome back. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. No worries, Nello. No worries at all. The trade ship is passing by with it's a bulkage trader. They might have hyperweave. What happened to SPG? My goodness. No nuts or seeds, so it's not permanent. Nuts and seeds are known to be inflammatory for some people. Like, first off, some people are like deathly allergic to them, but they can also just have a scale of sensitivity. So not to say that they're an issue for me, although the blood test I did, it did come back showing that nuts are a problem. Specifically almonds, but theirs aren't. I mean, the test was pretty limited. So yeah, you do this for a handful of time, and then you start to add things in one by one. So I think nuts and seeds are the things that people tend to add back in first. Oh wait, roasted donut was on it. Roasted donut was gonna save SPG. Okay, here comes the Lancer. And now it's engaged in melee combat and it doesn't stand a chance. So who's left? Who's left? We have a Scyther, and a Scyther, and a Pikeman. They're all injured and moving very slowly. We have 30% health, 28% health, 19% health, and 54% health. So go back about your business. We'll be here eventually. What do you have for noms, Alistair? Also, hi Hidden Sage. I missed your message. Cauliflower and brassicas are allowed. Yes? Yes. I am looking for spare parts to call a trader. Gnocchi! That sounds yummy. Slowpokes. Hyperweave? Ah! No hyperweave! They have cloth though. I could actually benefit from some cloth. I'm gonna get maybe 300 of it. They have an advanced component that I will take. We are apparently out of chem fuel. I'll buy 30 medicine because we just gave a ton of it away. Sadly. Take a granite table. Have a marble stool. And some sculptures. Take some gold. This double sham parka is nearly tattered. This is too. Don't want a cloth t-shirt. These are tattered. These things are fine. Normal quality helmets, don't want them. You can have them. Cloth duster, take that too. Did the kids get into a fist fight? Is that what happened up there? Oops. Yeah, take the Panthera fur. And this too. They have so much stuff. I could get some alpacas. I already have alpacas though. They have 22 lavish meals. They also have beef. I'll buy 705 of it, which is really pricey. Kinda also want to buy their steel. No, I don't. I have steel. I thought we were out. Holy uranium, we have so much uranium! Okay. Yes, let me pause for a second. You asked because cauliflower rice can do a lot to serve as a grain substitute that is not coconut. You know, for who wants some variety. Yeah, no, coconut rice is good. Yeah, cauliflower rice is really good. And butternut squash rice is good too. Cauliflower is on the list of naughty things so far as I'm super sensitive to it. Very sensitive to it. Everything's full of Jess poison. I know. Cauliflower pizza crust. It probably has additives in it. Like everything has additives. Or sugar. Sugar. 911 cookies. Emergency cookies. 977 cookies. There's no hyperweave ever. Karen. There's a hammer called Karen. It's a mad muttering kill happy Zeus hammer named Karen. I can't help but feel like this is on purpose. This weapon's persona is neurotic, unstable, and loves to kill. If this weapon kills someone, its joy will transmit psychically to the wielder, making them happier for a few days. Karen the Hammer, yeah. Oh, goodness. They want to draw a 12 hive infestation to my colony. And it's not telling me where in the colony they're going to send them. Just that they're going to do it. Which is spooky. Maybe I'll go this side. That's a Karen, alright. You argued with an idiot online. Oh no, Ben, what'd you do that for? Karen would like to wallop the manager. Yeah, so anyways, all this being said... Nice. Where are you going? Melee attacking an unstable power cell. Melee attacking a dog, probably. Melee attacking Ben, probably. Climate change deniers irk you. Yeah, I got into a really big argument with my dad back in the day. Because he was doing the whole climate change denial thing, and I was just like, ah! How? They're so slow because they're so battered. This one's still on the way. Didn't they release numbers showing that those people trust Trump more than their family? Well, I can only speak for my family. I can't speak for everybody else's family. Yeah, I got into a whole argument with them over that too. So anyways, back to what I was saying. The goal of this is not for it to be permanent. It's to like soothe the inflammatory response. Because what the blood test that I took indicates is that there is basically issues with my, like my gut and my intestines, and it's all inflamed and very angry and upset, which is why all the foods irritate me right now, because Everything irritates it because it's just upset and unhappy. Now you're not allowed to turn around. I've been waiting here for you for a while, and where are you going? Okay, we're gonna come to you. You probably shouldn't go. No, we probably shouldn't. It's got a pike needle. Or a pike gun, whatever that thing is. Needle gun. That's what it's called. That's horrible. It must be so irritating. No pun intended. Well, yes, actually, it can be. So the idea is that all of this will sort of hit the reset button on whatever is occurring. My animals are just letting them in. Okay, cool. I don't know why it's not going for the colony animals, actually. That seems unusual. Okay. Handled. Handled, chat. Everything's handled. Finally. This has only been here for ages. Which means we can go on unrestricted. Oh my goodness. Okay, Ramonda is still a baby and doesn't have a drug policy to work on. Yay! Don't kill you! No, everything is fine. Nobody died. Nobody died today. And look, we built something! We built it! Yay! We just gotta put the roof back on it. Or on it in general. You're still waiting for another message from a person you gave a formal warning to as a mod on another Discord yesterday. That sounds stressful. That sounds very, very stressful. So how are we gonna connect this? You see how this is all indoors here. Should we leave this outdoors? Probably not, because we're tunnelers. We should attempt to enclose all of this. And plus, that would make it easier for me to keep all the animals inside for the time being, too. Wit is in a daze because ravenously hungry looks at the pile of 100-something meals. Oh, are you ravenously hungry? You don't argue with those people the same way you don't argue with preschoolers. Ouch. No, I've just unrestricted everybody. They should be able to do the thing. Yeah, that's harsh. That's harsh, JSOG. I don't know though, every time I go to see my dad, I'm always like, I'm not gonna talk about the things. Basically, me and my dad don't see eye to eye on, like, anything politically. Long story short, we don't see eye to eye. And then this weekend, when I was visiting, I've decided that he is just, like, poking my buttons on purpose. Pushing my buttons on purpose. I think he was trying to get into an argument with me. you save the harsh statement? It's not for chat. I don't think they're on a special diet. They must have been. I don't know. 11 patients are awaiting a medical operation. Like, we should just go and do that. That's probably what it was. I mean, Abraxas, I would not put everybody into the same... I guess what... I wouldn't lump everybody into the same category. Personally. But... okay, like, these are a lot of hemogen packs. The whole colony is going to be low on blood for a minute. But we should have plenty of blood packs. That might be the case. I still, you know, want to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. Like, better to judge a person for their actions than, like, a group you've never met. I've just decided that I think he just enjoys it. trying to push my buttons. Meanwhile, I'm over here like, nah. I can't have alcohol right now. I am not... I am not in a position to be arguing with you. I shall not engage. Because at other times, I'm... I fall for it, because I'll hear him say something and I'm just like, how can you say that? Trying to figure out where I should put all these doors. So we got 2 sets of walls here. And where's the thick roof? This whole section is thick roof, so I might want to segment it just so we can defend it a bit better. You know what I'm saying? So if we build a door right here, that gives me a 3 wide area to fight. We can build it like so. And same with here and here. I have to move the lights. But yeah, that gives me these areas grouped into smaller pieces. And then I also need something here. Whoops. Whoops, 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 whoops. All the clicking in the wrong spots. I feel like I'm building a maze. Your dad enjoys fights. It's also true there's such a volume of misinformation and disinformation that you're really ending up having to detox people. Yeah, I don't think it's a winnable battle. I have spent many years of my life trying to basically I guess show him the reality of the situation. It does not work. And so I try to take that approach, just like politics are a banned topic. At least for me. I try to, but sometimes Sometimes they'll still get a rise out of me. Wait, I said I had to move the lights. We could put this light here. And this one here. Have a good lurk, Nalo. You think the internet was a mistake? There's a big area under the deep mountain, which implies the entire mountain is now supported by my walls. Yes. The entire mountain is supported by the walls. I mean, look at this. This whole section used to be a mountain. Labor outsourcing. They want me to send one colonist 13 years or older to serve for 16 days. I could maybe do that. Selendre is pregnant. Look, Selendre and Tiny Bolts are baby-making machines. The escalator's having a heart attack. I told you it was just a moment of time. Have a good one, Nalo. And sleep well. Enjoy sleepy time. So where is the escalator? I hope they're nearby, because they just might die. They're having a heart attack in bed. Chumlee's pretty far. Do we have a doctor? Oh, Rico! Rico's a doctor. Oh, you have to go pick up medicine. Treatment failed. Can you take them to the hospital? They're having a heart attack in bed, and we're only picking up one piece of medicine at a time. %! That was a big jump. Went from 14 to 42%, or 19 to 42%. Whew, handled. Good job, Rico. No worries, Nello. Sleep well. Why does Slender keep popping up kids in every game? It's the same game, you know? It's the exact same game. I don't know what to say. No, I don't think that's a good setup. I don't think that's a good setup either. What I want is to be able to have space on both sides. Okay, I actually think I want to build that here. Yeah, there we go. Is that what I just had? It's not. That gives me two different angles with which to defend from. So like we can do a 3-wide position here, or like just... We could have a whole corner of colonists defending in those locations. It'll be good, and so... What is still not... Right here. We still need some protection in this location. And then everything should be sealed. Am I missing anywhere? Besides here, I think I can actually build that over the light and they'll still be able to move it. And this is also where auto doors would come in handy. A psychic ship. We've replaced a defoliator with a psychic ship. The psychic ship has to be handled immediately. Hi there, Skull Vulcan. Good evening to you. Good evening, and hi, Pelanova. Hello, hello. How are you doing? Okay, so what fell with the psychic ship? It is a lot of pikemen and scythers, and one lancer. So kinda slicey. And by kinda slicey, I mean really slicey. So we're gonna bring everybody back inside, including the pets. All the pets. Gotta be on the inside. Hi, J. Alistair. Thanks for the save the game reminder. I haven't saved in a while. What's up with spare parts? Trees ravaged. Low psychic drone. Observe rotting corpses. Jealous of Cylindre's bedroom. Okay. Alright. I thought I told them not to roof this. I think I did. They're gonna be so upset. It is a whole lot of trees that they're about to cut down to do this. We certainly could manage it and dig all the trees up, but I don't think I want to. Okay, so I guess we should fire the mortars. So we move this one. I still can't target anything with it. That's so weird. I don't know why that one won't work. I will have Kenna man the mortar. Have I considered starting a... Okay, I don't think you're talking to me. You just got home, you almost melted in the heat. I'm so sorry. Summertime sucks. Has it been loaded? It is not loaded. It's not loaded. The heat is redonkulous. You've been invaded by ants. At first I read rats and was very grossed out by that. Ants suck too, but rats would be worse. Alright, did I save the game? For the save the game reminder? Because I'm doing it now. They got into your closet and were all over your clothes and they're fire ants. That sounds awful. That sounds so awful. I once got attacked by fire ants, and I can, without a doubt, say that I would never want that to happen again. They're up. They're awake. We hit the psychic drone. More than itchy. It was not a good Saturday. Oh no, I bet it wasn't. That sounds miserable. Now I can target... Oh, you are right. That was the problem. So, looks like they hit a mechanoid. Maybe they hit 2 mechanoids. And they're just peppering around the ship. The heat causes cracks everywhere around the house, and they're looking for a cool place to nest, so they moved in. Yuck. Yuck, that sounds awful. That sounds so awful, I'm sorry. I like this change where the mechanoids don't attack you until you kill the ship. Somebody's hiding in their room because psychic drone. Didn't it used to be that if you hit the ship, they just insta-attacked? On the plus side, it means you have a cool house. Cool enough for all the ants to come hang out. We did get some good hits in on these Scythers. This Lancer's almost dead. Tongle's on an Ambrosia bin because Psychic Drone. Hannah's going to smash things in her room because Psychic Drone. I think Kenna was one of the colonists helping with this. Tiny Bolt's about to snap too, so clear prioritized work. I'll put spare parts on this and a Serapholius. And the psychic ship is dead. It's been deaded. Hold your fire, but continue. Get these ready. Alright, so they're much faster than the other ones were because they are not battered. They're gonna be here any moment. So I'm going to try to bring the whole melee crew, except Rico. Who's starving? Tiny Bolt. That's my fault. My bad. Okay, so the good news is our friends with their shield belts will be able to protect those without. Somebody else is on the way. So I'm hoping we won't have any issues with friendly fire here. We might though. Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. You must go lurk and work. Enjoy the lurk and work, Diesel Lily. Thanks for hanging out. And then there were 2, 3, and then there were 3, and then no, there's 4. No, there's 5. Final answer: there are 5 left. Just kidding. There's 6. There's actually 6 left. This one might just stop and shoot. Yes, yes it will. I have to convince it to keep moving. It was deliberating. Yes, I shall move forward. Okay, yes. We got one shot off. So here's another Scyther and 2 more pikemen. And a Scyther with 19% health. It's so slow. One might say the wall's a little bit beat up. Oh my goodness, Selendre's pregnant. Actually, Progenitor, you stay back. Now there's a 2 wide gap. Did Brill get shot? Brill did get shot by a needle gun. A mad rabbit. Not in the middle of the battlefield, Selendre. Come on now. Come on, not in the middle of the battlefield. Didn't even make it to us. They're so slow. And this one's even 100% health. This is just its full speed. Alright, here they come. They're on the way. Sneak attack! Wait, that was... How did they just, like, insta-kill that one? Come on. Come on, attack! Okay. Maybe it had reduced consciousness. They might have hit it right in the noggin or something. Maybe they just hit it in the noggin. There's one left. It's real slow. I'm just gonna go for it myself. Royal needs to go get some medical care. These 2 can probably just pop out here and handle it. Undraft. Dead mechs are always great to see. That one only had 19% health, so we're good. We got the psychic ship. We got the mechanoids. We also got a free squirrel. Ambrosia binge! Everybody's unrestricted, and we need to make sure we unrestrict. The ones that will go haul. Because there's a bunch of stuff over here that needs hauling too. There's a good quality revolver, but more importantly, there's a medicine, some packaged survival meals, and reinforced barrels, and money up here. And also some yayo that we could sell. And there's 3 fine meals. And then over here, we have an advanced component and some plasteel. Don't forget about the Mad Rabbit. Well, the Mad Rabbit doesn't exist anymore, so I don't know what happened to it. Maybe it got eaten. So, we're gonna move this. I'm really happy that you can move these extra buildings around. Why are these children always fighting with each other? My attempt at this challenge is going much better than FG's attempt. Well, FG's playing permadeath, I think. I'm playing save scum mode. And I'm also only playing Strive to Survive. I imagine FG's probably playing on a hard difficulty, if not the hardest. Oh, they moved it. Ah, I didn't even notice. Sweet, so this will reach if I build that here and reinstall this one. Oh, it didn't reach. That one didn't reach. It reaches if I turn it this way. There's actually a front to that building. And so a psychofluid pump I also marked up here for building. I don't know why. I don't remember what they all do. So this is going to be the death rush chamber for Chumley. That's Chumley's death rush chamber. And we can put a new bed in here and someone can have a bedroom. It does feel like IRL though. Hi Dark Devil. I know the children fighting with each other. It really does. You are not wrong. What kind of floor do we want to go with? I like this one a lot. That's the diamond tiles, I think. What floor would go well in a throne room? The arabesque tiles take 10 stone each. These other variety of tiles take 4. I thought floors were 5 tiles. The throne room doesn't matter as long as it has crown molding. Let's do mosaic tiles. How much is it gonna cost to do the whole floor? Oh, 252. I'm short, just barely. Just barely short. I realized I should probably make these out of pink marble, shouldn't I? Just so everything matches. And those should probably be out of granite. For the same reason. How's it going, Dark Devil? Welcome in. I don't hate these pillars. I do not hate them. We're gonna need lights though, but you know, I think I might just make standing lights, because you can put them in all these little nooks and crannies that we have. Which really aren't that many. There's only this one here and this one there. I'm still gonna put standing lights there, I don't care. And there's a raid. A group of Neanderthals from the Thobué people have arrived. They will take a while to prepare and then attack. There's one big group of 36 of them. I'm going to drop mortars on their heads. Mwahaha! I kinda want to deconstruct my marble shelf. It's over here, but I'm gonna need it at some point. I'm doing it. No. Let's just clear all, so they won't store anything on the shelf. Let's see what they decide to pitch up. You're welcome. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. Age reversal demanded. Because of their beliefs, some of your colonists demand regular age reversal treatment. Wow, have we hit a level of influence in this colony where we're demanding age reversal? Amazing. They're not attacking, right? I'm not prepared for an attack. No, they're wandering. Oh, come on, Randy. This is a bad time for the flu. Alright, let's get everybody in here real quick. Jeez. Jeez. Oh, yeah, we need to put everybody back inside, and the animals too. Just kidding. Freedom shall not be yours. Vandy be like, you have too many people. I don't know where they're going. It says they're wandering, but they're like heading straight for the base. I don't trust it. don't have many people to hold the door. Kitty cat. Cookie. They're definitely attacking immediately. Randy, you big liar. That is absolutely what they're doing. Look what this message says. They will prepare for a while and then attack. It says they're wandering. They're gonna try to prepare for the attack in my base. Reserved by Salentre. So Neanderthals are really tanky, and we don't even have everybody here yet. I hear Glitterworld medicine. I heard it. Okay, here come... They're in! How did they just squeak right by? Oh no! Who forgot to save? They're in. No! Look, I wasn't in position to stop them because Randy said that they were gonna wander for a bit. Hello? Where are they going? They're on a mission. Okay. What? They're not even trying to attack. They're still wandering. Oh, they're beginning their assault. This is madness. What just happened? They pile up and push through. Yeah, they went over here to prepare, but they're... I have nobody who can help. I'm so confused. Chumley is doing doctoring, just keep doing that. Tiny Bolt, Man of Mortar, Decat Man this one. That's what I was trying to do, is block the doorway. So Cookie needs tending, Kenna needs tending, Architect needs tending. I'm gonna undraft. We'll never do doctoring. We'll never do cleaning, but you will tend. And then... actually tend to Kenna. Actually, Doggo's rescuing. Okay, tend to Cookie. Okay, this is just weird. All of this was weird. Hello! Hello, Tangent. Haven't we learned by now that Randy's a liar? Randy, you big liar? You big liar? Oh, even the baby has the flu! Oh my. Spare parts had a glitter world tent, so I'm gonna put them on the mortar too. I am just gonna put band-aids on the ones in the field. Okay, now where are you going? I'm like... This is the weirdest thing. I haven't seen raiders behave like this before. Oh, Alistair the raccoon has died. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Just hit them. Hit them. Can't set force target because it's not loaded. That seems like an oversight. Okay, there we go. Just hit them where it hurts. Right there. Right in the solar panels. Not doggo. I heard Helenova. Boop, attack them. Attack. How do I put them on attack mode? This is follow master when the master's drafted. I just want them to attack on their own. What happened? Raiders just came through here, shoved through the front door, and are just roaming around freely in the... up in here. And it's kind of chaos, so we had a big raid. And we were also hit with the flu at the same time. So I have a bunch of colonists who can't fight because they have the flu. Yeah? Did you have fun? Popping the fire foam poppers? Rural just needs to stop doing what you're doing and self-tend. Bleeding out in 13 hours. Oh my gosh. Now they're coming for... Kitty. Oh, Kitty's already attacking. This is chaos. Hi there, Red Talon. They barged in the front door. Did I not have the no solicitor sign up? I haven't seen this before. Meep, turn around. Oh my gosh. Chaos. Okay, nice job. Stop doing that. We need to assemble a team of whoever remains. Which is not many people. Cylindres! Ugh! Yeah, this is probably a colony wipe. Just saying. I might reload. This would be a colony saving save scum. Which would make number 3 for this event. Malleus the Husky has died. Cylindre's pregnant. How dare you do this? Oh yeah, I'm gonna definitely... I'm gonna see what happens. I'm gonna see this through. It's just... Okay, Meep's done for. Alright, time to... Time to gather everyone with the flu. You have no luxury of having time to recover. Oh my, they're in the door. They're in. Chat, they're in. I didn't even notice the door's open. I just... Oh no, the squirrel died. Our squirrel died. Hold open. Hold open. Everybody, fall back into the freezer. Continue to fall back. Continue. Alright. I want spare parts to stand right there. Progenitor, stand here. The escalator, stand here. Almond desk! No! Actually, Tongle. SPG. You stop your walking. Oh my gosh, no! Kenna, do not open the door. Alright, well now you've done it. Please. Feel free to flee. We might need to do some triage. Hi there, Raven Man. Hello. Welcome in. Also, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Hi there, Soak Demon. What is this game? This is Rimworld. This is the Chaos Simulator. How's it going? Okay, so... Death in 3 hours. Death in 4 hours. Kenna's fine. Death in 3. Death in 12. Still standing. Death in 9. Death in 4. Still standing. Alright, so... Doctors. Rico. Rico, I need you to tend to Solentre. Chum-Li. I need you to tend to spare parts. Our other doctor is Tiny Bolts. Somehow all 3 doctors have made it out of this okay. Who else was in danger of dying? Kitty Cat. I'm just gonna let them go out the way they came. Or just break down the doors. Naps are awesome. You are awake again. Well, welcome back. The doggo needs tending. Serifolius is still fleeing the scene. Boop needs tending. The escalator is available. Kitty needs tending. Architect of Tears is fine. Progenitor has 10 hours. I think we might need to extinguish the flame. Chum-Li's fleeing a fire. Progenitor can self-tend. Wit is gonna tend to you. We have to help each other out right now. Yeah, also put the fire out. We are in chaos mode right now. I will catch up with chat in just a moment. This is complete chaos. Complete and utter chaos. If we make it out alive... Oh my gosh, Meep. Okay, who's still around? Tiny Bolt is beating out a fire. I need you to tend to Meep. And then Chum-Li's fleeing a fire. Which animals of ours still require help? Solentre is patched up, luckily. Spare parts is being rescued. Is anybody still drafted? Take a look at the animals. No, okay. We lost a raccoon, a husky, a squirrel, and a husky. But no colonist has died. I know your raccoon died. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sad about the puppers too. Medical emergency. We're working on it. Husky's rescuing people. But they destroyed all my solar panels. So we currently have no power. Or not enough power. I'm gonna let the tantrum happen. Who's in a medical emergency? Square spare parts. There's so many alerts that it's overriding the music control. Okay, Chumley's on it. I think we're okay. How am I? Ooh, that was a big raid. That's, I think, the biggest one we've had this whole game. And I'm not sure how we made it out alive. I really don't. They just ran all around. Which I kind of knew. That if raiders ever got inside, they would have free reign of the place. But I didn't expect them just to, like, push right through the front door. Because they weren't attacking, they were wandering and trying to get inside the base. They just pushed right through. And that was kind of crazy. So how do you play this? It's like Sims, but instead of fancy animation, there's danger. I thought we established it's not really like The Sims at all. Yeah, but pretty much what Alistair said is a colony builder simulator with a really heavy focus on managing your colonists and colonist interactions. And right now, everybody's dying. That's what is happening up here. Like how a bunch of the colonists, their portraits are turned sideways. That means they're downed. The little yellow and green symbols mean that they're infected with the flu. The red blood thing means they're bleeding. Somehow, nobody's dying to the flu, though. If they were dying to the flu, that symbol will be red. Yellow means they're in the danger zone. But now we have to worry about infections alongside the flu. Animal needs rescue. Okay, still working on it. Why are they still drafted? Are they? I don't think... Oh, Wit is still drafted. Also, the kids might still be drafted? I don't know. No, everyone seems okay. I did have some of them drafted for emergency tending, and one of... was it like the biotech update? It became possible to tend to people on the fly if they were drafted. Because prior to that, you had to do some weird stuff putting down... Remember this? You had to put down like sleeping spots and just like make the hospital happen. I'm really happy that we put these walls up though. Remember how I said, should I leave this open or no? And I decided to do it. If we hadn't done that, they would have run all through here. Ooh. Kenna needs to go to the hospital. Wit needs to go to the hospital. Everybody, get in the hospital. You've got the flu. you've got the flu. Rogener, you've got the flu. To the hospital with you. I'm running out of hospital beds. Oh my. I like to 10 while down instead of carrying them to a hospital. Yeah, so you can do that now. I sound like Oprah. Why is that? I would have had a really tough time with that. You get the flu, and you get the flu. And you, too, could get the flu. So I'm not sure, did they break the power lines? Is that why? No? They just broke too many of my solar panels. Which is fine, I guess. I didn't want those there anyway. They needed to move at some point, but now I don't have enough power. What game is that? Going medieval? When someone joins the colony and they have to strip. That might be going medieval. Alright, everybody's patched up. Currently, nobody is dying to the flu. And the only colonist that needs to be rescued is Architect of Tears. Who was tended to on the spot. Oh my goodness. There we go. Someone just gotta rescue you. Drinking a beer. Can you not do that? And can you rescue Architect of Tears? Thank you. Underneath them is Val. A psychopath. Incapable of cleaning, hauling, or doing plant work. So yeah, with one of the newer versions of RimWorld, I'm not sure if it's biotech or if it was 1.4. I think it might be 1.4. You don't have to drag anyone to the hospital anymore. If your colonists are drafted and can do doctoring, you can have the option to tend without medicine on the spot, or if they have medicine in their pocket, they can use that. Or you can still tell them to tend to somebody on the spot, but they'll go find medicine for them. Okay, so we pretty much blew through all the medicine that I had stockpiled. We're back down to 39. We lost a mortar. We lost that shelf that I was thinking about deconstructing. We lost our stone cutting tables. We lost our ground penetrating scanner and some tables. Our solar panels. Cookie is going to start some fires. Whenever he gets where he's going. Pawns hit adulthood and their clothes fall off. Like, boop. You're an adult now. Clothes fall off. You mean you shouldn't strip every time you meet a new group of friends? Probably not. But I won't stop you. So yeah, there actually is a mod for that, Raven Man. It's either Puppeteer or Twitch Toolkit. Lets you do that. Very slowly start fires. I think you're going for the store next. Oh, no, you're going for the plants. Okay, Wit's there to put it out. So this is actually not so bad. As far as fire starting sprees go, there's the first infection. Cookie is so slow that it's really easy for me to put the fires out. You just draft someone and have them follow them around onto the spot. This area is covered in fire foam, so good luck. Good luck starting a fire. I think it is Twitch Toolkit, yeah. Yeah, there's fire foam here. I'm just gonna assume Cookie's gonna stay in the fire foam. Boop needs to be rescued. But is actually okay. So who got the infection? Kitty did? It's not looking good. It's in the torso. We're gonna have to amputate. You can't amputate a torso. I haven't played with Twitch Toolkit in quite a long time because it's really overwhelming and stressful. And I got a massive headache the last time I did it. To be fair, that was like 2018 or 2019, so it might be better. I'm gonna just allow everything. Yeah, Cookie's trying really hard to start a fire over here, but the fire foam popper exploded, so it's like... It snowed, except it snowed fire retardant. Are we having a beer now instead? Okay. No, actually, Cookie's hauling a beer. Majara is a slaughterer. This 8-year-old colonist is gonna slaughter Midnight Winter. You can't do that. That's not allowed. Majara, you're nothing but trouble. I knew you were trouble when you walked in. I don't have anyone that can stop him, though. There's just nobody around. Nobody around. Everybody's in the hospital. Rural could try. No, we can't stop it. Ugh. Midnight Winter has joined the pile of dead animals. That's now Malleus, who has fallen, Alistair the raccoon, Almond-esque the husky, Telenova, the timber wolf, and Midnight Winter, my red fox. Madara is still a slaughterer, though. Spare Pants is in the mood to insult people. The escalator has gone catatonic. Slaughtering Jez Oops. Who's Jez Oops? A cow? Okay. With the amount of chaos that has occurred, the extra food could be helpful. Oh, we need to fix the doors. Another infection. Meep has gotten an infection. Kitty! Why are you on heel route? Ah! What is this? Oh, we're gonna try. We're gonna try and eat you. The power's out, so yeah. They busted through all my doors. Spare Parts gave up. Spare Pants is on an insulting spree. Spare Parts gave up. He has decided to leave and pursue a better life elsewhere. You can try and arrest him as he leaves. Otherwise, you might see him again someday. This has happened because of a poor mood. The final straw? Malnourished. Oh, you're so far. Rico might be able to stop you. Okay, well, he's going a really dumb way, so that works out. Okay, arrest successful. Last time you saw FG do this, their storages were overflowing. It was unplayable. Just Jam wandered all the way over there. Architect of Tears, this is catatonic. Okay, guys. Alright. Oh, look. Rural's in a work frenzy. Maybe you can fix the doors. Somebody has to fix the doors. At least a door. Oh, we are restricted. Fixing one door would be a huge help. Are there any other doors that were busted in the process? Yep. A door up here needs fixing. And right there, too. Why couldn't they have just all gone one way rather than breaking all the doors? Come on now. It was a special event to charity or something, so a lot of people were donating money. Oh, I forgot that vampires have the ability to coagulate someone's wounds. As a doctor, that's not a bad trait to have. Use a special gland in the wrist to quickly tend to somebody's wounds. Useful. Somebody's in a bad mood. I'm actually not gonna force them to do that. Is there anybody else you can build who's not about to snap right in half? Celentre is up, awake, does not have an infection or the flu. Roger's in a murderous rage and has decided to kill the escalator. Guys. No. Death spiral. Welcome to my colony. We are in a bit of a death spiral. The escalator has decided that right now is a good time for a heart attack. Okay, so Randy saved up the last few streams worth of points and has spent them all right now. Their parts is in a daze. Now you want to play a vampire doctor character that might help patients, but they might also have a little snack. This has been pretty brutal. The raid in and of itself wasn't bad. It was just really weird how they just shoved right through the front door. Normally they don't do that. Like if you have somebody blocking the tile, like so, like if this is your wall, whoops, this is your wall. If you have someone standing here, usually that's supposed to stop your raiders. Like they end up doing this whole thing. Luntre corpse obsession. Rawr. I just need you all to stop. So the fact that they just funneled through was really unexpected. And the refrigerator is not refrigerated. It is 54 degrees in there, which is, hold on, 12 degrees Celsius. Donnie has been dug up. Please bury Donnie. Yeah, we have to rectify the power situation. And I think the solution is going to be to turn off the lights down here. I don't really want to turn any of these four off because they all have important things growing beneath them and I need all of it. But there are two lamps that we can stop from running, and that should allow us to recharge the power. So if you look down here, we're actually storing power. Psychite Binge, Berserk. This is bonkers. Okay, Spare Pants is up. I'm going to go punch Progenitor in the face. Wit is slaughtering. Going to slaughter. Boop! You can't do this! I don't have enough prison beds for everybody. No slaughter, Boop. Okay, Kitty Cat's not gonna make it there in time. Is there anybody around who can help? Anybody? No. Maybe SBG. No, Boop! Run! Run, Boop! Good night, Commander Rudd. Sleep well. Thanks for joining us today. Boop. Boop. I think everybody in this colony has probably had a mental break now. I think they're all just taking turns. Except the kids. The kids are fine. Yeah, I will not be handling your quest to draw 16 hives to the base. No, thank you. I will not... No! Not Tom! Ugh, Wit! We saved Tom and Boop from the brink of death just for you to kill them. Somehow none of the colonists have died, but all the animals are dying. This stinks! Like, I finally managed to get a whole bunch of animals to help haul, and now they've all died. Boop and Almond-esque, Malleus, Tom were all helping with work around the colony. I know all the fur babies rip. At least none of them are bonded. However, huskies are venerated, so we totally just murdered a bunch of venerated puppers. Look, venerated husky died times 3. Going to smash advanced components times 14. I don't think so. Again, I don't think I can stop this from happening. He's on a mental break. Wow, close call. Where are you taking Kenna? Oh! Oh yeah! I forgot we put a prison cell down here. Must have been a crazy raid. Oh, hi again, Mr. Puppy. I meant to say hi, and I just didn't. I'm so... There... It just keeps happening. It was a big one. Yeah, it was super strange. So I positioned a handful of colonists here at the front door. I guess I should back up. We had a bunch of raiders show up here in the north who were preparing for a while and were then going to attack. But they kind of just beelined it, like all the way around and through my front door. And I positioned a handful of colonists to hold the line, but they just shoved through and then caused mayhem. And it's a death spiral. Kitty's overdosing. You put a clip in Discord of the uninvited guests. Well, thank you. I lost the game of Red Rover. What is it with the potato plants? I don't get it. Okay, so here's the thing. Penna is going to be released. The dog should help clean up all the corpses, so we'll stop getting the complaint over corpses. They're everywhere, and also holding the door open. No wonder it's so warm in here. Frozen. Yay! We have 5 watts of power stored. It wouldn't let you play that game after the first time. Chun-Li's going to smash things in her room. Let me see. We might have had a mental break from everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We've had 14 mental breaks in a colony with 20 people. Weren't there more than that? Now there's 19. There's 20. Who are we missing? Oh yeah, Progenitor is in jail and so is Spare Parts. Yes. You held on too tight and people kept getting clotheslined. To be fair, it's not really that safe of a game anyway. Oh, there's another one. So we're up to 15. 15 out of 21 colonists that can have mental breaks. A defector is passing by. Yeah, we gotta fix this door. Can you fix the door? It has 11 work left. Looking at the clip, it looks like it's the collision mechanic. They are not considered in combat until close to the door. Once in combat, they stop stacking on each other and can get pushed past upon blocking the door if there's limited space. Yeah, like that one time. Remember, have you seen Zelly's clip? You might not know what I'm talking about. Does anybody know the clip? Didn't Kenna already have a mental break? Yeah. Hi, Lang! It's good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. As much as I really don't want this to happen... Okay, Meep is having a tantrum and going to smash random stuff. Wow, we're not far off. So what, that's 16 out of 21? As much as I don't want this to happen... Ugh! Come on, not the dogs! Kenna just took out another dog. We're down to 3 animals! Trained to haul. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them killed. You can prevent it by putting a powered down turret behind a door. Early in the tunnel. I think I'd have to see a picture of what you're talking about. Oh, was it Kenna having... Okay. This is absolutely bonkers. Bonkers, I tell you. Bonkers. Need some help cleaning. Did I ever watch Bonkers? No, I didn't. I don't even know what it is. think at the current rate we're going, we have just enough power to maintain the colony as is. Like, no additional lights or anything on the grid. Having lost our solar panels. These solar panels aren't even connected, so yeah, they are. I think we just need to go over here and build a geothermal as soon as possible. You have so much granite. Where did all the granite come from? Granite door. So it looks like we haven't had any more issues with frames or the internet since earlier, which is nice. Okie dokie. So, underground power line. Let's build it through here, and I will route it to the wall, and then from the wall, I think if we were to run it in the ground, we don't have to replace it. Like, if the wall were to be destroyed, we don't have to fix it, but still... Oh, come on, Randy. How? Why? All this bad stuff wasn't enough? All of this wasn't enough for you just to leave me alone for a while? Heart attack followed by a psychic ship, 2 mental breaks, 3 mental breaks, 4 mental breaks, a mad hair, and then a raid, and the flu at the exact same time, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 animal deaths, and then another mental break, an infection, a mental break, another animal death, a mental break, another animal death, disease, infection, mental break, a work frenzy, mental break, heart attack, mental break, death of an animal, another death of an animal, mental break, death of an animal, mental break, raid. What? Randy's feeling vicious today. He's had, like, the last few streams, he's been chilling, and then today... Hi there, Celestwick. Hello. Surround a turret with 4 doors. Since the doors don't block combat status, whereas walls and whatever do, and engage them in combat mode when they get close to the turret. Interesting. More chaos for the chaos god. Thanks, Lang. I'll look at it. I'll look at it later. Okay, so this time it says that they're going to take a while to prepare. I don't know if I believe them. The mortars are not loaded. I don't know what we put in Randy's cereal. I'm not even sure what we're aiming at right now. Okay, this time they actually are standing around waiting. Whoa. Hi, Belle! Hi, Belle! Thanks very much for the raid! Hello! You're sending more raiders to deal with, my raid of raiders, and we just had, I think, what was it, 16 mental breaks after a raid of raiders! I can't take any more raiders. I can't do it. How is Baldur's Gate 3? We are playing RimWorld. We're doing a whole tile build challenge, and Randy tried his darndest to kill us, but not today. Oh, there's another one. Another mental break. There was an amazing song in one of the fights. Oh wow. I've only just gotten to Act 2 in my personal playthrough. This just might be the longest string of negative events I've ever seen. Also, that raid was unlike anything I've ever had happen to me before. So, this was all starting on the 13th of August here in game. We had a heart attack, followed by a psychic ship, and then 1, 2, 3 mental breaks due to the psychic drone, a mad hare, and then another mental break due to being ravenously hungry for some reason. Then we had a raid of Neanderthals who did a really weird thing. They all gathered up here, and then they ran down into my colony, and they pushed right through the front door despite having people in the way. And so chat's saying it's a collision issue, which I've seen before. I have seen that before. But so they just came right through, ran into the colony, and then just had a field day destroying everything, killed an animal who held the door open, and they flooded the base. And so we somehow managed to defeat them without anyone in the colony dying, but a lot of my animals have died. I had way more animals than this. I had like 4 or 5 huskies, I had a pet warg, I had a pet timberwolf, and a pet red fox, and also a cow. But yeah, that happened. Anyway, so raid, and then at the same time the flu, and then Alistair the raccoon died, the timberwolf died, the husky, another squirrel, another husky, and then there was a tantrum, another tantrum, a disease, an infection, a tantrum, a death of an animal, tantrum, oh, mental break, sorry, mental break, death of the cow, disease, mental break, work frenzy, mental break, no, heart attack, mental break, death of a borg, death of a husky, mental break, death, mental break, raid, mental break. Oh, Baldur's Gate really is so good. Every time, mental break. Where do you think you're going? You know, I have told you all to stay inside. That is not inside! Ah! Do you have a death wish? I can't even. It's because they're trying to fix the door, and the door is technically in a safe area. Or what is considered a safe area, even if it's not. Okay. Now Solentre shouldn't be attempting to do that. Okay. You're 140 hours in. Oh, nice. That was a good mortar shot. Yeah, Solentre and I think, are about 90 hours, or maybe it was 80. 80 or 90 hours into a playthrough that we are both doing off stream. And so we're sharing a character and playing through it, and it's been a really good time. No, I'm really scared somebody's gonna shove through the front door again. Okay, spare parts is having a problem. The major flu. When did that happen? Oh! I think we arrested them or something. It'll be tended in 14 hours. They're so gonna die. You might have spent 15 to 20 respecking. That many hours! A caravan's approaching. Oh my gosh. Yes. They're fleeing. Why? Why are they fleeing? I guess because we hit enough of them with mortar shells. Okay, cool. You spent 5 hours yesterday respecking. That's impressive. Yeah, this is really bad. Spare parts at this point in time looks ready to die. Mental break. Little Goth is hiding in his room. Reason? Poor bedroom. I haven't played much Baldur's Gate since it came out, which is weird. You've beaten both 1 and 2, and games like it, like Neverwinter Nights. It is so good. So we just gotta keep an eye on this. Restart complete. Did you restart your computer? I was too busy talking to even notice you were gone. Allness left unburied. Hi, Alistair. Ooh. Yeah, it was being weird. I get that. I think the rest is helping. This is improving. This is an improvement. The gap between the progress of the flu and immunity is slowly closing. It's because of the hospital bed along with the vitals monitor. But I did up the Glitter World treatment to the medical treatment to Glitter World. I'm here, ready to hit the button. I am super happy that those raiders were here to help because I did not want to deal with this. I did not want to deal with another raid, and despite... Oh, spare parts is in bed. With the flu, I need another colonist to come help me with trading. Chumley has a social of 14? Since when? I knew Chumley had a good social skill, but that's really good. Hi there, Elsa Julie. A transport pod crash. In 5507, a mafia boss named Lumpy is crashing in a transport pod nearby. If he survives the impact, he will be badly wounded. Lumpy is not affiliated with any faction. You can rescue him in hopes he joins freely, or capture him for recruitment or slavery purposes. This is a charity incident. If you turn Lumpy away, believers with charitable beliefs will be unhappy. That's everybody. It's not everybody. This is Lumpy Dudley. Oh, look. Social skill. A bloodlusty, depressive brawler. Wait a moment! They are also a member of the Bloody Abattoir. They like vampires. This is somebody else for Chumley to feed on. Being all vampire-like. What class? We are a bard. I think we're a high elf bard. I think. Oh wait, Chumley was trading. Okay, rescue them and then go trade. With a psychite addiction. I don't even know who hasn't had a mental break yet. I really want to say I think everybody's had one, but I'm sure somebody hasn't. They have got Glitter World medicine. I will take. I'm telling you, they still... Nobody has hyperweave. Like, does hyperweave even exist? Somebody lost an arm. We're gonna have to replace an arm soon. So they have a glitter world, which I will take. They have 2 pigs, which I will not take, but they have components and an advanced component. They have some plasteel. We have an ad break. I'm just gonna go with that. Components in Glitter World. Bard conversation options are great. They really are. Like, in most cases, if there's a bard option, we'll take it. I know that this is a medical emergency. I'm monitoring the situation quite closely. This can be tended in 0.8 hours. And then we're gonna have to glitter world this and hope for the best. Can be tended in like 3 seconds. Probably should have brought Chumley a little bit closer. Why are you so far? So far. That was wasted time. It was a 121% tend quality. Now we just gotta hope Glitterwold does the trick. Do vampires get addicted if they drink from somebody who's on drugs? I don't think so. That might be a bit beyond rimworld simulation. It's gonna be close, but the glitter world might do it. Let's make all of this part of the cleaning area. It's really dirty. Okay, hold on. A whole bunch of stuff just happened. Lumpy has joined. Lumpy is thankful that you rescued him. He has decided that he would rather stay than leave and has joined the colony. Lumpy! He's Lump. He's Lump. He's Lump. He's probably dead. Since there are now 3 hemotantrans in your faction, they demand that the rituals of the Bloody Abattoir be carried out. The number of hemotantrans in your colony has reached 3. You can now assign the role of a bhikkhu to one of the colonists. I don't know what that means. I haven't looked at their ideology beyond the whole vampire thing. So, the moral guide has a role in blood burials, hemotantric slaughtering, and a conversion ritual. A blood burial is a funeral. Prisoner sacrifice. That is what hemotantric slaughtering is. The brawl of murder. Okay. Vampires. This vampire is now addicted to psychite blood. We might be okay. Quest available, the Dark Gathering. Oh, so chat, we have to name Lumpy. So be sure to enter the the raffle with exclamation join. Lumpy needs a name. Lumpy Deadly has a melee skill of 10, which puts him right between Spare Pants and the escalator. Has a social of 13 and some art skill. A depressive brawler with bloodlust who does not do dumb labor, can't bother to care, and also does not cook. He is 55 years old and a human, a baseliner, with a psychite addiction. And we're gonna need some better weapons. Might want to get the power sorted. The med machine on the bed might make a difference. Yeah. Honestly, the thing that's gonna make the difference is turning off these lights. Which remind me to turn those back on. My game is getting very, 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 very laggy. A sanguiphage named Legend is looking for a safe place to meet with one other sanguiphage where they won't be tracked. Their leader, Legend, is asking you to host the meeting at not a settlement. No hyperweave. We can't handle anything else right now. These plants will die if I don't turn those lights back on. But that should give us the power that we need. It is very close. Turn the power back on. Turn the power on, chat. Turn it on. I just kind of want to 3x speed it because this is, I'm like sitting on the edge of my seat. I'm actually not. I'm slouching in my chair as far back as I can go. You want to see a thing? Some doggos? No, I don't know where to put. How about right here? Yeah, right there. The colonist portraits are getting so tiny. It's an Emmy, and she's real sleepy. This is gonna be a very close call. Toxic Spewer for Galel, I'll pass. This is too close for comfort. We're still in the red. 93. We are like 1.2% behind. As long as this machine stays on. Power problems? Why, yes. Hold on a second. Are we still in the red or are we in the yellow? We're still in the red. Can be tended in 0.8 hours. I guess let's get Dr. Chumley back in here. Standing next to the glitter world. Can be tended in literally 2 seconds. Actually, like, just go back over here. Game? Not the herbal medicine, Chumley! Yeah. Dude, put it down. There we go. It was because I was using the wrong tend. One of them is like the drafted tend, and the other is the use the good medicine tend. And holy moly, spare parts is gonna live. Barely. As long as he stays in bed. Doesn't get up and start wandering around. Barely gonna survive. Well done. Okay, Lumpy. You need a name. Let's see what we get. It's Crocodilita. Welcome to the colony. I feel like we had an animal. named after you, but I guess they died. I guess they died. Yay! No toxic spewers. No pteropods. I don't even know what a pteropod is. I can't believe Spare Parts is gonna live! $99.8? $99.9? Immunity gained. Woohoo! And with that, chat, I'm gonna stop and save on a high note. Yay! I'm saving on a high note. I made up my time for being a little late today as well. And go turn... Oh yeah, turn on the lights. Thank you. Clean the room. Yes, clearly what I meant. No. Ah! Don't forget to name the colonist. I did. Crocodilita.